Hi. Oh, whoops, sorry, I forgot. I'm wearing my flash. It's not mine, it's my Ugh. Hold on a second. Hey, Josh. Hey, how did you enjoy that? Were you there for the whole Q&A with he introduced himself as Robert Josh, and I thought his spiritual name is Theophilus. Josh and I are talking about a channel called Logos of Ophiel. Hold on, let me just adjust this because I keep looking here. Some of you may know him as Robert Powell from what used to be called Vayu Tiger on YouTube. He left and he came back. Spiritually, he's moved on, evolved, I should say, moved on. But interesting guy, interesting young man, only 30. And Josh and I were in the live stream Q&A. And he introduced himself as Robert, I noticed, but I missed that introduction. So I said, thank you, Theo, because I did tell him my Theophilus is a mouthful. I was there the whole time, okay, because it's a long stream. It's like 2 hours, I think. Hi. Hey, Brett. Hello, Moon Tiger's Path, Stella's Terror Journey. How do I pronounce your name? Caresse Pulaski? Cares. Augusto. When I say Moon Tiger's Path, I almost thought Lucy. I thought Moon Priestess Lucy. As Tiger Moon, the name is Tiger Moon. There's a lot of those two. Raven. That's another. Why do I look like I'm looking this way? Hold on a second. Let me just a bit. Yeah, okay. So let me just adjust myself here. Right, like this. So I'm gonna have to whisper a little bit because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. No, 3:30. And 3:30 face. I don't care. Pardon me. The living wheel. Hey, Patrick, I miss you. The living wheel, people. The living wheel. He used to be Patrick J. Fogarty on YouTube. If you remember in the 78 cards, he just created this amazing, amazing deck called The Living Wheel. So check him out on Instagram, The Living Wheel. Sleek, tasteful, elegant. I don't work with the moon. I don't work with astrology. Oh, Patrick, I'm in the middle of an astrology course. So I may come to you for a deck, but I really wanted the first batch with your signature, but I missed it because I'm not on Instagram anymore. Go on with the story you were explaining. Chalk. Hey, Chalk, what you talking about? Lucy. Oh, great. I have a moderator here. What story, Chalk? I'm sorry. Repeat, if you could repeat for me, please. I'm trying to make sure I'm decent here. Just give me a minute. It's 3 a.m. Give me a break. I don't think we've spoken before, Chalk. So if you can tell me what you're talking about, I will go on. Are you talking about the title of the stream, the difference between psychopathy and sociopathy? Is that what you're talking about? Because I've been asked that a lot lately, and I'm actually quite surprised that even among mental health professionals, there is an agreement, but we don't all deal with sociopathy and psychopathy. Like I was in oh, that's really messy. Sorry. I was in forensic and area, and I have never met maybe a sociopath, but not a psychopath. I may have met a psychopath, but none of them have been maladjusted, if you know what I mean. I know it sounds like a contradiction in terms, but oh, a young man. Oh, right. That's Logos of Ophiel, Chalk. Yeah. So if you go to my channel page, there is not a favorite, but I featured some channels that I really enjoy. And those guys, some of those guys really don't need my support. I mean, some of them are hundreds and thousands of subscription, but I do enjoy them very much. One of them is called Logos of Ophiel. So that's who I was talking about. So, and recently he had a live streaming of Q&A, just people asking him questions. He is an occultist, a magician, really. Perhaps I would call him a magician. I think he started really when he was 16. He's now in his 30s. And so he has moved into join a Catholic church, but not the Roman church. So this Catholic church, apparently there's a variety of Catholic church out there that the Roman church would consider to be renegades. So I thought that was interesting. Past 5:30, I'm not quite sure where this, I don't know why I'm looking like usually, because I don't want to look like I'm looking, because you guys are over here. So maybe let me just adjust something. Because you guys are over here, I want to make sure I could see all your chats, but I also don't want to look like I'm not looking at you. Annalisa, driving to an appointment, I had to jump in for a moment. Listen, love your chest as always. Oh, I'm so glad to see you here. I was just talking to someone about how it's a bit of a lonely place on TerraTube these days, with all of my old friends moving on, and I'm cheering them on because I think it's so wonderful to just see everyone sort of moved on into, renegade Catholic churches sign me up. So yeah, I've never heard of them. So there's one called the Old Catholic Church, and you're thinking Old Catholic Church, where they run pre-1972 Vatican. A lot of people don't like the Vatican II Council. It made changes such as, masses aren't in Latin anymore. It's good if masses are in Latin. I wouldn't know what I'm, but of course it has lost a bit of tradition. So Logos of Ophiel, or Robert, I don't know what name he goes by now. Is it Robert or Theophilus? But he talked about the importance of tradition in that Q&A, and I can understand, because when you degrade tradition, then you can question what you're about. But as I said, my whole cultural heritage is a mixture of several cultures. And so I would disagree with a strictly traditionalist argument. And so I found that an interesting position for him to take, given that, but I think his practice looked like a mixture to us. But I think from his study, I am not speaking on his behalf. And if he's watching this, I doubt he's watching this. I am not the sort of channels he's watching, I'm sure. Or where am I going with this? I think his study from that Q&A, I gather, I don't know, that perhaps his study suggests that all these combination, or what look like syncretism to us, what looks like a combination of magic and religion to us, is actually the pure form of what it was. The problem with traditionalist thinking for me is that how far do you draw the line? How far back do you then draw the line? Now, this is the original form, because I come from a position where I don't believe things stand still. It means that things move all the time. So then where do you draw the line to call something its quote unquote true traditional form? But anyway, Mac Butterfly, hey Caroline. It looks like I'm catching a lot more people in this kind of time of the morning, because I could hit both both Europe and US at this time. But it's kind of like ungodly hours over here. So, hi, Thais Asayante. Thais, sorry, Thais. I'm just going to say Thais for now. Hey. Some people attract psychopaths. Well, I don't know about that. I wouldn't want to talk about it like that, because it's a hairy way to put it. There's just too many moving parts saying it like that, or looking at things from, I think it's better to understand what they are rather than say some of us attract. I don't think it works that way. I can understand why people would say we quote unquote attract, but I think that word attract is, we'll leave it for the law of attraction people, shall we? Because it doesn't represent reality in a productive way, in a way that we can then do something about by saying you attract something like a magnet. Then what? What are you going to do? It's better to understand our context. It's better to understand our surrounding, and then we can then conduct ourselves accordingly. And things have to interact anyway. And so saying something attracts something, put the burden of that responsibility of that dynamic on the receiving end of it. And I think that is not only unfair, but perhaps inaccurate as well as unproductive. It's actually a lot warmer than I thought. So this is actually, you know what I'm trying to do right here. I don't think I'm going to be very successful at it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, fine. Let me drink my coffee. It's really early in the morning. Okay, yeah. So as I said, I'm not saying that the dynamic doesn't exist, Brad. Brad is saying that it's been documented. People with high risk tolerance attract psychopath. Yeah. So let me rephrase. Instead of saying attract, people with high risk tolerance are more open to interacting with psychopaths. How's that? So instead of saying attract, yeah, the word attract is what I take as exception to. I'm not saying that the dynamic, the description of the dynamic as you proposed, you heard, studied elsewhere is inaccurate. I'm simply saying that the word attract is unproductive. So they are more open to interactions. They're more open to interactions with psychopaths. So psychopaths are people, it's nurture nature. My understanding that psychopaths are born with the trait, and sociopaths are created by nature or by their effort to cope with life. So nature, nurture. And not all of them are dysfunction. Well, not all of them are in trouble with the law, shall we say. Not all of them get into trouble. Not all of them, a lot of people say that psychopathic and sociopathic tendencies are actually one of the driving force of very successful business people, very successful people in the world, because it has a lot to do with empathy, which is why I get quite confused with the word empath, which isn't. I think the word empath came from a different framework, obviously not from the mental health framework. Is the term empath a new age term? Well, I mean, where does that come from? Do you guys know? So, it is really early. Oh, wait. Yeah, but no, blame is another word I don't like to use, and most people who are trying to move along productively in this area would not use words that doesn't do anything. Do you understand? Saying blame, attract, those things locate things inside an actor, and it doesn't help because the actor is just a small part of it. So, hey, Pixie. Oh, Ruby Rose. Hi, Pixie. Okay. Yeah, sure. Certain people are more easier. Everybody. It's like hypnotism. People are more vulnerable to suggestions. Are easily hypnotized, for example. Suggestibility. That's an actual trait. I think suggestibility and all that is an actual. Is it a cognitive trait? I don't know, but yeah. Queen said, greetings. Queen said, empath is a new age term. Thank you, because I kind of did a bit of research while Googling around. And then what on earth is an empath? I know empath. So going back to empathy, so sociopathy and psychopathy, my understanding, the smallest unit of thing that we zoom in, when I was working, I wasn't actually a psychotherapist. We had to do psychotherapy. Not unfortunately, but in the course of my job. But my main job was as a psychologist. So as a psychologist, I do a lot of assessment. assessments with regards to risks and recidivism. So risks and recidivism, as in the occurrence of the crime happening again, how likely would it be? And to analyze an act of a crime, because by the time they get to my table, the sentence has been, they've been charged. Sometimes they've been sentenced, sometimes they haven't been sentenced. And so we have to assess them in conjunction with law enforcement and court, the criminal justice system, and we recommend sentencing based on our risk assessments. Yeah, and so, okay, so with sociopathy, and so in a lot of the cases that mainly men and boys up to, I ended up with a boy, but 10 years old, didn't know what to do with them because children are different. Their moral development, their psychological development, their understanding of the world are quite different from an adult. And so analyzing them was quite hard, but I was living in a country where there isn't enough specialization, so everybody get lumped together. So people who are not used to dealing with children will just have to deal with children, which is unfortunate for the children, actually. But this is in a country where children can be interviewed by the police without adult presence. So that's pretty, anyway, that's a whole other thing. And the one thing that we zoom in on the test, the test isn't, it's created. And these tests are created data-driven. So the data feed into concepts and concepts are placed into tests and tests are designed and then the tests are tested to make sure that when we're measuring something, we're actually measuring what we think we are measuring instead of something else. And one of the things to measure for sociopathy and psychopathy is empathy, which is why then I'm thinking, then what the hell is an empath? So empathy is an important, and the question that you often see, and again, I have not been practicing for over a decade. I don't know where these questionnaires are at right now. I don't know how they're designed right now, but when I was still in the profession, the question is always about harming animals as children. Escape from the Eight of Swords. Hey, it's a label that people are given because they are deemed sensitive. At the end of the day, yes. Now, okay. Oh, yes, girl. That's my question. My question is, the word empath have been used like it's special, right? Like you really feel somebody. Like if I mean, this is what I gather anyway. I could be wrong. So people say empath. I'm an empath because you could really feel somebody else's pain. But a level of empathy we all have. Otherwise, we can't function as humans. I don't think. You know, when I see somebody feeling sad, we cry because we put ourselves in a position of the other person. And altruism, the basis of altruism is empathy. I think there's a whole area of study in altruism. That was an area that I would have gone into if I had given the chance. So yeah, but Annalisa, what's an empath? I have the ability to be empathetic. All of us have, because otherwise we'll be sociopaths. Sociopaths and psychopaths have an ability to feel other person's feelings, to be empathetic. Sociopaths, on the other hand, have the ability to build personal relationships. Psychopaths can't. And so when they do build it, the building block is on the outside. They've learned to act a certain way, and they act that world because they've learned that that is the world I have to fit into. Sociopaths are able to form that internal connection, you know, the little webs. For example, the killer who was just arrested last year, the East Side rapist, I think he's called, the Golden State Killer or Strangler or something. He was active in the 70s and 80s. He's in his 70s by the time he was caught last year. And he was married. He put his children through medical school. He had grandchildren. You know, he nurtured, he worked hard to put his children through medical school. It means that he could put himself you know, he that's a whole other thing there. Um, um, but not all human have that connection. No, I know, but okay. So in my framework, in my understanding of things, once you can't empathize, you're still okay until you do damage to yourself or others. Then there's a problem. But like I said, these successful businessmen and women, arguably, they could do some ruthless moves for the benefit of the company because you don't feel for the other person. You know what needs to be done and you do it. Collateral damage, they don't care. If they don't leave, they don't lose sleep over it. But empath is actually what the other person. Yeah, but isn't that empathy though, Annalisa? That's nothing special. We all have that. We are going through what other people are going through. That's called empathy, isn't it? So how is the term empath? I don't understand how the term empath serves what the term empathetic can't or failed in this case. Do you think so, Annalisa? Empathy is the ability to comprehend or imagine what another might be feeling, whereas the empath can literally feel what another person is feeling. I thought empathy is not only understanding, but feeling like the other person. You are taking on somebody else's feeling because it is a function of putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. Now, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes is a little removed, right? You could see their point of view, but you don't necessarily feel. But how could you measure how you feel exactly? Right. How could you measure how you feel exactly like someone else feel? Yeah. So there is this is what I mean. If I had gone into study about altruism, there would be a variety of measures that you can do to get as close as possible within a certain degree of error, statistically speaking, to establish these criteria. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar enough with that area, but knowing the science of psychology, and I know my hard science friends will consider psychology as an art more than a science, which is fair enough. That's fine. Being an empath is a gift if one knows how to use it. Oh, yes, of course. But my question is, what is an empath? And can I then not replace the word empath with empathetic? So can I not say, Quina says, being an empathetic person is a gift if one knows how to use it? Because being an empathetic person can also be a curse. You're taking on board someone else's emotions and feelings and sorrows, and it's taxing. And boundaries, you know, if you don't have boundaries, it can be really taxing. Big Mac Butterfly is definitely a bonus to know how to be an empath so that it doesn't drain. Yeah. Many want to run from the feelings they're experiencing, hence the massive sales of black tourmaline. Hey, interesting. What does black tourmaline do? I have black tourmaline somewhere. It found me, I would say. I've stopped working with crystals because it didn't get anywhere with me, and I was constantly haunted by this video that I saw of crystal mining. It was painful to watch. It was painful to watch. Like I'm seeing somebody getting hurt. So I stopped collecting crystals after that. However, does it start as narcissism? No. And then go to an extreme, turn into social? No. I don't know. Asking you, you're more informed. Yeah. No. The narcissism is a different. It's like they're all related. Human beings aren't tidy. We're messy. Life is messy. And so, well, my room is messy. But these labels are simply categories so that we can deal with it, right? So if we categorize something, labeling them is no point if there's nothing we can do about them. So labeling for labeling's sake, just so that we can chat, happens all the time when we communicate. That's great. But clinical labels have to be there for a purpose. So these labels, narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy, these are labels not. These are labels created. They are research and data driven, and which is why the manual is called Diagnostic Statistical Manual. In the mental health profession in the UK, I believe, use an ICD or IDC, I can't remember, International something disease, right? ICD or IDC 10. The last time I looked, it was 10. Now it could be 11 or 12. I don't know. I don't follow. But I think the American Psychological Association is so strong as a body of driving the DSM that I think even people in the UK look at DSM sometimes for Diagnostic Statistical Manual, 5th edition at the moment. We're on the 5th edition. And as I said many times, the last time I practiced, it was the previous edition, the 4th TR, text revised. So it was the 4th edition, but with revisions. Now they've moved on to 5th edition. And the additions are important because they're tweaks. So for example, homosexuality used to be considered, right? That's gone. And then, for example, multiple personality disorder is no longer called that because the term personality, the data and research have suggested that the term personality, the construct psychologists call personality, is inappropriate with regards to this particular phenomenon we understand as identity dissociative disorder, IDD. And so the identity is the main construct we're dealing with, not personality. Personality is not identity, right? Yeah, so that kind of thing. And so narcissism is a construct, is a diagnosis of a particular cluster of presentations. And then sociopathy is a cluster, psychopathy is a cluster. So sociopathy and psychopathy is organic. The construct of the brain is different from the current research that I understand. Sociopathy, the brain is our brain, but somewhere along the line, as they grow up, they developed a variety of perfect storm meet in the middle, and a pattern of behavior persistent. You know, there's a trigger, and then it persists, and it became an established pattern. And so that's sociopathy. I'm glazing over details, obviously. Narcissism is it's an area I'm utterly unfamiliar with. The term narcissism is the term that I've encountered the most as I encounter this community, the alternative spiritual personal development tarot community here online. I have never heard the term used so much. And so I'm actually quite, I can say you're a bit of a narcissist, like a verb, like an adjective, like, you're a bit of a tool, but I have never used narcissism in terms of its clinical diagnosis. I haven't had the opportunity. I've never encountered somebody where I need to look up narcissism. Because the offender that I used to deal with mainly are mentally ill in the past, and the other one are sexual offenses. So the cluster that I deal with mainly are quite, for whatever reason, are quite different. Because if you're a sex offender and you're caught, if you're a sex offender and you're not caught, you're not with me, right? You're out there somewhere. But when you're caught, you ended up with people like me and my colleagues at the time. It means that, I don't know, it means that you're poor because you can't afford a lawyer, or you're stupid because you get caught. I'm sorry, I'm using lay terms here. It's very unprofessional to use those terms that way. Okay, DSM 5, yeah, in Belgium. You see, in Europe, DSM is quite prominent. It's actually American-driven, I think. I could be wrong. It's been a while. Yeah, it's currently DSM 5. That's the latest, say, Moon Tiger. Yeah. It's not only growing, it's kind of, I don't know whether it grows or not, but it's definitely, like to be honest with you, ADD and schizophrenia used to be a throwaway diagnosis. So if like miscellaneous. So if you can't figure out what somebody, before I say, somebody asked about narcissism and all that, what we call comorbidity is like in any disease, it's very common. You hardly ever have just one thing. And so if narcissism, psychopathy, and sociopathy is interacting, that's quite common because it's like clusters like that, because nothing stands alone, right? Everything's connected as a human person, but it's the clustering that we do so that we can move forward productively with this dysfunction, right? So that's why we have labels. So for example, like anxiety and depression, it usually kind of more or less either you're anxious or you're depressed. People say high or low, like you're ramping up, or you're low. And for example, like addiction is very much clustered around anxiety, for example, right? And then many buy blood tourmaline because it says to protective of empaths. Is that right? 2 million against negative. Oh, okay. I see. Bye, Mrs. Enchanter. Thank you for dropping by. One has to learn how to transmute the feelings that they're experiencing in order to return back in a positive way. Yeah. Which is why I like the idea of emotional alchemy. I've kind of coined that term for myself. Thank you very much. And I like the term, we transmute it. Yeah. Haven't heard. ICD. ICD-9, since I built and coded at the hospital years ago. See, when I heard of ICD-10, it was years ago, Micmac Butterfly. Years ago, and that was already 10. So if your ICD is 9, that's how long ago is that? Don't take offense. I'm an old woman too. Don't take offense. I was a full-blown adult 20 years ago. It's scary. My children could be prime ministers at the moment if I have children. Yeah. ICD-9 years. So the last one I heard years ago, like 10, 15 years ago, was ICD-10. So they're probably on 11 now. 15 years ago. Okay. Yeah, because my last count was ICD-10. I remember thinking, the UK people are using ICD-10. And DSM V was under draft at the time, and I knew it was coming. So I know that's why I knew that was, 15 years ago. 15 years ago. 15 years ago was when I started, when I graduated from I was an older student. 15 years ago was when I got my master's. After working in the corporate world, came back. It's just kind of, these masters are expensive. My God, New York was expensive. Columbia University was bloody expensive. Okay, I had to sell a house to go there. I was going to do a PhD, but after New York, I was broke. I can't afford a PhD. Oh my God. Chiefly in science fiction. Sorry, I'm just reading. A person with paranormal ability to perceive the mental or emotional state of another individual. Oh, okay. You're cut and pasting it some definition there. A person with the paranormal ability to perceive the mental or emotional state of another person. Yeah. Okay. See, that I can interestingly, it qualifies chiefly in science fiction. That I can understand the difference between that and empathetic. I just don't understand, why can't we just say we're highly empathetic? And so I think the discussion here says that empathetic is knowing how other people feel. Being an empath is feeling it. I kind of beg to differ there, because I actually think that being empathetic is actually feeling as well. And the feeling that is generated in us is because we're imagining ourselves to be the other person. We may not, if the other person's sad, we are sad. We may not feel exactly how they feel in that sadness, but we will cry as well. My mom would start crying if she sees someone crying, right? So she's not Is she an empath or she's highly empathetic? Her empathy level is high. That's how I would say it. It's just that yeah, I don't know why I'm so bothered with because when people say I'm an empath, it's like I am this thing. It's like I am an object. It's like locating something inside the agent. It's like you condone a mantle of something, and then people just automatically attribute things to you, and like um, oh, how can I put it this way? Like like when you say blame, right? You locate it to on an actor, on an agent, on a person. Blame, attract, empath. It locates everything in a person, and I just don't see the world that way. I just don't think the world works that way because occurrences is an interaction between the agent and its environment. And in that environment are other agents, each within its own agency as well as connected to other people's agencies, if that makes sense. And so when languages such as blame, attract, um, I am un something, it kind of shrink all that complexity into the single person, the single agent. And it may serve a certain kind of narrative if you want to create a story where mm, like come to me for my I don't know, for my metaphysical services because I am an empath. Because you're buying into that service, you like to see what you're buying, and so locating the attributes within the thing that you're buying, or through whom you're buying, is beneficial in that framework, in that story. But when you're really trying to examine a situation so that we can all move forward productively, locating something within a person, I just don't know how it's useful. Um, some questions, sorry. If you have any question, can you tag me or can you yell? Is the moderator still here? If the moderator is still here, can you repeat it with, I didn't expect any questions, but if you have, because I've missed it, I'm sorry. Um, Annika, in terms of is thrown around today for everything, but I'm dealing with someone very close to me who has been diagnosed with narcissism, and it's very draining. Yeah, well, it's a personality disorder. So, for example, anxiety and depression is a mood disorder. Again, DSM IV-TR. Okay, so whoever has the knowledge of DSM-5, it's been tweaked. Let me know. Um, the diagnosis is using Axis as well, so they categorize it like, because it's as I said, the diagnosis is statistically driven, it's data driven. That's the name, Diagnostic Statistical Manual. So, oh, where was I going with this? Oh, right. So, narrative. Narcissism is a personality disorder. A personality disorder is very difficult to fix. Because mood, you can at least, again, remember the last time I practiced was over a decade ago. Personality disorder tend to be a bit stable, which is why the term personality isn't used in in identity dissociative disorder anymore. It's stable, unfortunately. So instead of cure, I think what people do usually is work together with a family unit, with a family therapist. And family therapists are a specialized area, again, for a reason, because you're dealing with power dynamic, couple therapy. And as soon as there's relationship, sexual violence, sexual offenses, and drug offenses. So I'm talking legal stuff there. In terms of mental health stuff, you say addictive behaviors, right? Because not all addictive behaviors are illegal, right? So when you act on addictive behaviors with illegal substances, it becomes a legal problem, and then suddenly there is that problem. So yeah. And so where was I going with that? Right. Dynamic. Often you're treating the dynamic, and often there's power dynamic, and power dynamics everything with couples and with family. Nobody's like that. There's this kind of relationship here. Somebody's always above somebody else, and they take turns sometimes. And so from my understanding, again, it's been a while, because there's ways to cope with it. And so for the person to cope with it, and for the person to cope with it within a family unit, or within, that includes a couple is the smallest family unit, right? The two of you. And there has to be a lot of, it's like if you have learning disabilities in itself is not necessarily curable. You can't change if you're dyslexic. But there are ways for you to study, to learn, to digest, to receive information, to pass on information, to take in information in a way that is conducive to working with how the brain is with dyslexia, for example. So with personality disorders, there are ways to handle it in that manner. Family therapist or couple therapy would probably be. The problem with narcissism is that their worldview is quite skewed, aren't they? Everything is very much, and so I suspect a therapy for the narcissistic person on top of family therapy is probably needed. How is that therapy constructed? I wouldn't have a clue. Hey, Madam Kwa, I'm bothered to. Yeah, I just found the word empath so far, to be honest with you, useless. Unless I'm selling metaphysical services, I say I can tune in to people, then it's useful. I'm sorry to be so blunt, and I am sure I'm wrong. I am simply saying that at the moment, I feel that when people say I'm an empath, you could easily say I'm empathetic. I am highly empathetic. And to me, it would mean the same. It would mean that not only can you understand how somebody else is feeling, but you feel their feelings. That's what I think. Because if you can't feel what somebody else is feeling, if you can harm an animal when you're a child, not realizing that when you cut its face off, it's painful for the animal, then red flags for sociopathy, psychopathy to develop there. There's no feeling. That's what essentially what the test that we do with all these questions that we ask the child, or a man or a boy. In my case, it would be a young man, a boy or a man. In the past, if there's any question, even with capitals, I can't see. Even when you say Annika in capital, I can't see, because it's just walls of white text for me here. Because I'm quite, my eyes quite a long way distance here. Like literally, look, that's the distance between your text here and me. So if you could put an at in front of nobody here without an S, just nobody here, I could see orange. Trump, I wouldn't know how to diagnose Trump from afar. That's the other thing. I don't think we can diagnose people from presentation. So I think it's unproductive to try and speculate on a diagnosis from presentation. And the only thing you can see from a distance is presentation. In a lot of our reports, we used to say, Mr. So-and-so present as blah, 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 just to say present as the presentation. Is it though? We don't know. Then we put in the other stuff, their life story, what happened when they were 2, what happened when they were 5. Those are not in the presentation. So the presentation plus sort of biopsychosocial history, plus current medical history, plus current crime history, you combine it into something. But presentation is just one. Mr. So-and-so presents as a middle-aged man of average height and of well-groomed, blah, 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 and of all those, hey, B, caress. Seems like the term empath is a term used to describe a psychic ability to perceive the emotions of others, a term specifically used for the New Age community. Yeah, I thought so too, because I tried to Google. And I couldn't get anywhere. When I say I can't get anywhere, it doesn't mean that I haven't come across pages explaining what empaths is, but it's a bit like trying to understand crystals. You Google around, everybody's copying, pasting from other people. And after a while, one crystal said the same thing about another crystal. And I'm thinking, isn't that the other crystal just now? So, um, well, are you saying people that call themselves empaths are narcissists? Hold on, guys. I am going to have to reheat my coffee. And just give me a minute. Sorry. I'm kind of hungry too, so I'm going to eat the banana. Oh, Vito. Moon Priestess, I know Vito. What did he say? Oh no, what did he say? Hello, Vito. Brené Brown, what is it? Can I open that? Oh no, I can't. I'll open it later, Vito. We know Vito. Vito Santiliquido. You're a bit of a poet, aren't you, Vito? Oh, Moon Priestess, Lucy. I think he speaks Italian. Vito, you're Italian, eh? I don't know why I'm thinking that people who speak Spanish can understand Italian. Pardon my ignorance. I think we can all be empathetic in a major or less degree. The term empath is a bit strange. So if you have empathy, are you empathetic? Yes. Right? Correct? Sorry, my microphone is here. Yes. What does others say? Hold on, I have so much crap around me. What? Oh, shoot. What would others say? If you have empathy, would you be empathetic? It's a bit like if you drink alcohol, are you an alcoholic? Okay, that's so wrong. That's a bad example. Nom quoi? What Nom quoi said about empath there? That's what I think, Nom quoi. Oh, sorry guys. You can hear me chew and swallow. I do. I beg your pardon. Don't worry, Warlock and Fox. Hey. Hey, Matthew. I think an empath focuses on the process of empathy, the same way a cyclist focuses on pedaling a bike. Okay. I mean, anybody can ride a bike, right? But to a cyclist, is their vocal point and a noteworthy trait, right? I suppose my take on that, Matthew, is that you can still like I could switch the word empath with an empathetic person, a highly empathetic person, okay? Let me say what you just said. A highly empathetic person focuses on the process of empathy the same way a cyclist focuses on pedaling a bike. I mean, anybody can ride a bike, but to a cyclist is their focal point and a noteworthy trait. Do you know what I mean? So my point is the term empath is not describing anything more or less than the term an empathetic person. It's just that the narrative, why am I looking this way? The narrative, it just serves different narrative. The labels serve different narrative. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? When you say somebody's empathetic, we're talking about the phenomenon, the oh my God, the cat. You want to come in? Do you want to come in? Come on in. Come on in. Come on. So I'm just intrigued by the lack of. Yeah, I think that's my conclusion as I'm talking to you guys. I think I'm one of those thinking out loud kind of person. I think the label empath serves a different story. I think that's all it is. It doesn't actually refer to what do you want, Eddie Bird? So it serves a different story. So instead of serving to describe a different phenomenon, what I'm thinking right now is that it serves a different story, which is kind of your point. Like you said, it's a specialization of a common skill that anybody can exercise to get better at performing. So you're talking about, yeah. So to be more empathetic. So again, I asked the question: What's an empath? What's the label empath for? Is it? In my mind right now, an empath is someone who's highly empathetic. That's it. It's just a different term for someone who's highly empathetic. It isn't nothing special. It is special. It is, well, it's like either someone is highly emotional or not. Is either someone is highly sensitive or not. It's either someone is highly anxious or not. It's like that to me. I have never heard of the word empath until I stumble across this community here online, the psycho-spiritual, alternative spiritual, what do I call? Some of what I've heard of empaths make it sound like it's some about tendency for people to get flooded by other people's emotions. They sort of lose themselves in the feeling. Okay. The question then, and I think Brad Kadabra presented that question before. The question then, are those really other people's feelings? Or are they your feelings about other people's feelings? Spiral heart. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm asking here? What veterinary said? What I have to find out. I must know. Cats are not sociopathic, just aliens. Oh, she wants to poop. She wants to go out. I'm not going to let her out. It's too dark. I think she wants to go out and poop. So I could hear the toilet scratching. The psycho-spiritual sci-fi people? Boom, maybe shadow work needed. What's that, Pixie Terror? What is that in response to? But you know, I'm thinking about what Spiral Heart is saying. Some of what I've heard is empaths make it sound like it's more about tendency for people to get flooded. And so I read, when I was trying to research this, I read it, and so I looked and I thought, but how do, like, for example, right, if you become really upset because other people's are upset, right? So how do we know that's us taking on other people's feelings? or whether that's our own reaction to somebody else's feeling. And you're only upset when somebody else is upset. That's not true. You can be upset if somebody else is upset because you put yourself in that position. But you can also be very upset when somebody else is upset because you don't want that quote unquote energy, because you're bringing the vibe down, like some people around me would say, like you're bringing us down, or like you're a downer. You know how we're a social animal, we socially interact, and other people's mood can bring us down, right? And so this is the reality with natural tendencies for people, unless you're a psychopath or a sociopath, I suppose. Actually, people who can't is, as I said, that the measure for sociopathy and psychopathy is the ability to display empathy, to have empathy. That some of these guys can't, or all of them can't. So then you're upset because you're feeling their feelings, or you're upset because you're reacting to their feelings. Either way, I was thinking more of like flooding, but I'm not sure who's feeling truly. Yeah, then this is what I mean. Like this is what I mean by, because I've sit here and listened for 4 years now. Okay, this term empath and how people describe it, and how how describe it affects them, and how they describe it affect other people. And to be honest with you, I don't see a consensus. Different people use it in different way, in a way that I could have easily said, "You're bringing me down." Okay, my other half sometimes get in a mood, right? And I would just come in here and shut the door, because I'm thinking, I don't need this. But is it me feeling his feelings, or is it just me getting affected by his feelings? Either way, it's a trigger for me. And saying I'm an empath, I just don't understand how that serves me or him or the relationship in going forward. Or even in trying to understand the current situation. We are empathetic beings, we are social animals, and the norm meaning distribution, normal distribution goes up and down like that, and the norm in the middle, and that norm move all the time, like the norm of people. Height is 1 meter 60 centimeters, sorry, 1.6 meters. Back in the day, apparently the norm for people is a bit shorter in Europe, for example. So the norm is for us to be empathetic, to feel empathy. And the word empath makes me feel like they are so much more empathetic, and so much more the normal capacity of highly, highly empathetic people. But after 4 years of observing the term being used, and the situations that people find themselves in, I kind of thought, well, that's just highly empathetic people. Emotion runs high, and we are emotional. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Annalisa said, as it was explained to me, when you're upset in a room where there was just fight, and you didn't know that there was a fight, but you're feeling the anger and frustration for apparently no reason. Okay, hold on, that's something else. Without the stimuli being there, without the fight being there. Hold on, let me just wipe my glasses because it's a bit blurry. You mean you're feeling these feelings without the actual fight being there, or without knowing that there's an actual fight? You just walk into a room and you feel the room, but you didn't know there was a fight, or you knew there was a fight, but you didn't see the fight, or you saw the fight. Those are different. Where are you, Annalisa? Without knowing. Okay, that's something else. Yeah. Okay. If that's the case, that's a whole that's bordering to parapsychology there. So that's something outside the. So that's, psychic intuiting, sort of psychic, sort of feeling the room. That's a whole other thing that I can understand. I mean, if you walk into a room, you didn't know there was a fight before. You didn't know of any fight ever occurring in that room. You weren't there when the fight occurred, but you walk into a room and you just don't feel. But then that's feeling energy fields. That's like feeling chi of the room is disrupted. So then that's not empath, is it? I mean, that's not really empathizing with another human being because the human's not there. To me, Matthew said, to me, when someone says they are empath, it means they aren't cruel or cold. See, that's not my understanding. They're interested in my feelings and concerned with my well-being, and that does set them apart from a lot. That's just being a decent human being, Matthew. Are you coming in? Are you coming in? She needs me to sit when she nibbles, and she nibbles all the time. So I'm just putting it there, but the door is now open, and then my other half is... Okay, so I just want to finish a thought before I forget. What Matthew said, okay, the danger in what you just said, Matthew, it makes decent people an exception. And of course, I've just proven my point by you saying, honestly, not a lot of decent human beings on this planet, sure, but it doesn't make them... Okay, my experience is that what you just said is the majority of humans I've encountered. So by making them special, calling them an empath like it's not the norm, there's a danger there, because then you are allowing yourself to accept a lower standard of treatment by others than you should have really accepted. Yeah, so it's just a decent human being. Most of the people that I know in my life are what you said, an empath. They're not. They're just people. They're good people. There are a lot around me. Please, the glossary would be nice. That's interesting. Yeah. So, but going back to what Annalisa's saying, though, so that's really not. Is that empathic? Is it psychic more though? Because there's not another person's in front of you to tap into. I have many abilities, Caroline said, somewhere in Time Tarot. I have many abilities since I was a child, but back in the days, way before YouTube, we didn't have any name for things. I feel today everything has to do with label, and I'm not saying it's bad. I mean, anything, labeling, it depends, as I said, like saying you attract bad people. It's not productive. You can frame everything however you want. The question is, why frame it that way and not some other way? Do you know what I mean? Because a framing for the sake of framing. But you could be picking up on the behavioral cues of the people who just had the fight. Spiral Heart said that was going to be my next question. This is what I mean. Like, if you really want to analyze this, you can, right? Now, like, did you actually, when you walk into that room, did you just talk to somebody about having a fight somewhere? And did your brain pick up on that memory that someone had just had a fight? That's a possibility. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying that for as long as there is a possibility, that possibility had to be explored. Because I think there was a study when someone said there is, people say gut feel, right? Gut feel is actually a real cognitive activity, so that the brain is picking up cues. The brain are picking up information, but it's not processing in a way that we are used to processing information. And so when what we say gut feel is actually a brain functioning, restoring data that's been captured in there somewhere in the memory, and bypassing is a bit like a knee-jerk reaction, bypassing the usual processes of logic into the sense of pattern that the brain kind of accumulate anyway. So I found that really fascinating. When you said the back of my mind is kind of like it's there, but it's not quite, it's not the processes, the rational processes isn't quite visible to us, but it's happening. And then all we could see is the conclusion without being aware of all the processes that's been happening in the background. And so, for example, that sense of gut feel, that sense of I just know, that is actually observable or explainable, or could be understood in terms of real mechanism in the head. Brad from Bradicadabra had this music on his channel, and I couldn't get the flipping thing out of my head. It's an earworm. It's repeating itself in my head now. Well, it's nicer and faster than calling everyone else a sociopath. What? Was that Matthew? Mm, I'm just catching up. I don't want to be an empath. I think I'm highly empathetic, and I think it's enough for me. Oh, Lucy, I agree with you. What did Lucy say? Was in Friends Matthew definition on empath, and I was saying that was being a decent human being. Maybe so. Oh no, it's like a very that's the sort of, the tune is very, the style is very familiar to me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. It reminds me very much of a sort of like an 80s kind of, um Punk? No, maybe it won't be punk. Sort of electro punk? I don't know. Annalisa said, now the tool that is affected by the energy is my emotions, not just my clairvoyance. So instead of just seeing it in my mind, I'm feeling it as it happened. That is what I mean by empath versus clairvoyant. Okay, no, those are just my emotion. It's just instead of just seeing it in my mind, I'm feeling it. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a whole other, I think that's a field I'm not too familiar with. This kind of picking, but none of that is, no, of course not. Yeah, of course not. They're not in DSM, no. But that's, I mean, it's not, it's only on a DSM if it's dysfunctional, if it's, and I don't think that kind of skill is considered to be not dysfunctional, but you know what I mean, like clinical. I don't think that is quote unquote clinical. Like it's not, like it's degree of dysfunction and harmfulness isn't like if you pick up energies, it's like, well, great, right? Unless you then become suicidal, then it's a problem. Oh, that's interesting. Moon Priestess said all water signs, in fact, but easier for Scorps and Pisces. Is that right? Interesting. How about Cancer? Aren't Cancer all over the place, apparently? Like really? Yeah, I'm a Scorpio, so I think I was in the right field. That was in reference to your comment about my definition of an empath as being a decent person. There's a few that's, that's a few that's easy to refer to by the minority as empaths and the majority as sociopath. Well, I don't know enough about your life circumstances, so I can't really comment, but I understand your perspective, I suppose. Yeah. But to me personally, from my perspective, with my life experiences, with my, not life experiences, let me rephrase, with my experiences of the world and of people, at the moment, I found the label empath to be, after 4 years, I just don't find it helpful to do anything with. Like I understand, I simply use the word highly empathetic, and it makes up things a lot clearer for me when I say that. So I just want to double check with people who use the word, Cancer is too emotional on its own feelings. Oh my God, you can say that again. My other half is Cancer and Aries. Aries and Cancer. Aries, Cancer. Hola, Hector. We Cancers. You Cancer too, Hector. I'm too busy making sure that the house doesn't fall to be so attuned to all the feelings all the time. I know, Moon Priestess. Cardinal. I am studying psychology, not psychology, astrology. Just basic astrology. And I've kind of, because of my eye, I missed like 4 classes. So luckily it's recorded so I could catch up. Oh, I need to clip my hair. Yeah, I don't have my clip here anywhere. So cardinal, I think what's cardinal? I know there's fixed, right? There's mutable, there's fixed. It's cardinal. I don't understand what cardinal, what does that mean? No, of course, that my partner has Cancer rising. Tell me about it. He's Aries with Cancer rising. I'm Scorp with Taurus rising. What does that mean? Are you Cancer too, Vito? Yeah, the moon. My moon is Virgo. I don't know where his moon is, but my moon is in Virgo. What does that mean anyway? An uptight, intense, what? Bullheaded woman? Matthew said, yes, it's totally subjective. I'm just jaded, made me a cynic. I could hear that I mean, I don't know you, I don't know your life story, but just from those words you type there, you know, they're like, it's an exception. Like what I understand is a decent, like a normal life for me was an exception. For you, that's pretty clear. And I'm very blessed. A lot of people who ended up in, a lot of the colleagues that I have actually work with the criminally insane because they have a blessed life and they want to give back, you know. So we weren't beaten about. I lived a sheltered, comfortable, very middle class, loved life, and combined with the skills that I have, it gave me a distance to be a good professional that people need, because I don't get involved emotionally, because I don't get triggered, because I don't have the experience. But I'm empathetic. It means I can feel what they are feeling, well, or I can connect with their feeling. But I've got a little faith in humanity in general. Yeah, a little. I mean, see, Matthew, I actually don't have faith in humanity. My experience of humans have been good, but of humanity in general, I actually don't have faith. So that's interesting. Topic for another day, maybe. Your moon is in Virgo, Caroline. Well, and so is your rising. Well, sun is in Leo. Oh, is that right? Super practical and analytic as a Virgo. So super practical, analytic, intense, deep dive all the time. So I heard about Scorpio. What's Taurus? Taurus, I can't, you know, I have been transitioning for 2 years. Do you know that I wanted to up and leave YouTube 2 years ago? And here I am doing live streams because I can't just. Natalia, I want to say hello in Russian. Hold on. I want to say hello in Russian. How do you say hello in Russian, Natalia? Hello in Russian. Spasiba. Is it spasiba? Hold on. Oh, I can't because I have my microphone on. Oh, and I can't read that. Privet. Privet. Oh, that's thank you. And I can't, because the mic is attached to that. It won't let me. What is this one? Let me try this again. Russian. Hello. Yeah, the microphone is here, so I can't hear. Oh well. Next time, I promise. I know how to say "Cómo ça va?" I know how to say "Hola." Earth material stability. Privet, right? Yeah, privet. Makes you stubborn. Okay, so that's fixed. Makes you stable and stubborn. I need to move on from YouTube 100 years later. So that's fixed. So cardinal, fixed. So what's cardinal? And Virgo, what's Virgo? Sun and Leo, Sag rising, Cancer moon, and Virgo and 4 planets. I'm theatrical, fun, emotional, and analysis. Yes, we're discussing empath. I was just, yeah, I'll link you the video if you want. But this is too boring for people to watch. Like, I just find like, yeah, I'm trying to clean up the channel of content. Like, there's just so much clutter in there, and so I'm not going to leave this up. But I can give you a link if you want to rewatch. But yeah, we're just talking. I'm kind of just wondering about the term empath and how useful it is. Like, what does it really serve compared to, in relation to, simply saying that you are highly empathetic? So that was my question. Cardinal are starters and initiator of fire. Is that right? Because I have no fire in my chart. I'm having a lot of trouble with manifestation, somebody said. Bye, Queen Osset. Thank you so much for being here. Stay peaceful, you too. I think I might have to go soon. What did Hector say? Especially stubbornness. B, we're not going to if you B, we're not going to talk about certain things if you don't mind, okay? I hope you understand. Fix, get stuff done, but have hard time with changes. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. Yes, Natalia. So Scorpios are, I'm just trying to, Taurus is stubborn. I'm sorry, fixed, mutable cardinal, right? So cardinal was, let's not talk about myself. Let's talk about the principle of it. Where is it? I've lost the thing just now. Cardinal, oh, there it is. Cardinal as starters, Natalia said. Cardinal as starters and initiators, right? And then cardinal, right? And then fix, what is stable? Is that right? And then mutable, they execute, do they? Yes, Hector, I can't sleep. I went live at 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning. And I haven't been able to sleep the last few days. Well, I slept, but yeah, I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I can't go back to sleep. My brain started churning. It's just that I get ramped up and it takes me a long time to climb down. And this is me climbing down. This is me sort of rolling. What's the word? Winding down, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. I have some issues to think about. Somewhere in time. Immutable are air and tend to be highly anxious because they take what cardinals start and then fix put to completion. Okay, start, put to completion. And now mutable have to move on and it's unknown that makes them anxious. Interesting. Okay. I need to remember what's what. I mean, I've started this and yeah, my eye really was giving me trouble. So, so what's Virgo? So I have a cardinal and a fix. Is that right? Scorpio and Taurus, cardinal and fix, but nothing in the middle. I think I don't have any mutable. I think that's a problem with me, right? You think? I have completely lost track of the chat, so I do beg your pardon. If somebody tried to communicate with me directly and have not gotten my attention, it's not because I'm ignoring you, but because I've completely missed it. Even if you've used capital, the best way is to tag me with an at the front. Bye, Spiral Heart. I have to go therapy now, funnily enough. Bye, Spiral Heart. If you picture the circle with the sign, you go in that order: cardinal, fixed, mutable, cardinal, fixed, mutable. Starting with Aries. If you have a lot of fixed, then you get shit done, right? And sometimes get attached to it and may have difficult time moving to a new task. But once you're on it, you get done. Okay. Pixie Tarot said Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, and Scorpio's fixed. I thought somebody said it was cardinal. No? Okay, the cat is there again. I'm sorry, you guys. If you're leaving when I'm not here, thank you for being here. I'm sorry. I'm in and out. Otherwise, I'll talk to you later. Very soon. I'll attend to this. Hold on. Shh. Petty bird. Shh. Sorry, guys. I was there and I thought I might as well make myself a cup of coffee. Is there anybody here in the European time zone that's willing to be a moderator? Because Moon Priestess and Tiger's Abyss are in California and in Mexico. I would have asked you, Hector, but I know, Hector, you're in Mexico as well. Bye, B. Is there anybody in Europe? I'm hardly on this time, so I'm hardly on European time anyway, but just in case. I have to kick Gail out as a moderator because he's hardly on and he's really not a good moderator. I love him, but he doesn't moderate. Caput Draconis. Ooh, Draconis. Nom Kwa, should I put you as a mod? Nah, I wouldn't want to impose that on you. It's too much. You just want to come in and have fun. Bye, Natalia. Sorry, I missed her. Let me just check. Oh, you just delete stuff. Put some. If there are people you delete, and hold on a second. Because people with the moderator's ability can post links, can delete a person, can delete a chat, can put somebody on timeout, can, when somebody had a swear word, the owner of the stream and the moderators can decide to either block the comment or let people view it. Like, some people would cuss and you could say allow, or not allow. Very good, insightful. Yeah, I actually find the astrological psychology interesting. No, I'll do it. If you're not comfortable, I'll just remove you. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't really need another person. I think Lucy's great. So when Lucy was a moderator, I saw her moderating. Tiger's Abyss was my first ever moderator when I went live. He was actually, we did a joint live together. I've completely forgotten about it. I've watched Tiger Abyss since he was Zach Reviews, partially for his constant distraction. He would be talking about something and he would be completely off. It was fun to watch someone more distractible than myself. And yeah, so he was one of my first ever, and I haven't really taken him off. A few people I've taken off because they've moved on and such. And I saw Lucy was there, and she was very efficient. So before I even chatted with Lucy, before I even know who she was, because I kind of like seeing her on Tiger's mod list, I thought, yeah, okay, I'm sure if it's okay with Tiger, it's okay with me. And so they've both been really, really great. Pixie Tarot, oh yeah, just moderating. Sometimes they can do stuff that you can, but sometimes you're not there to attend to the chat, because you're looking at people here. So they help just attend to the chat, like just deleting and suspending and letting things to view or not to view. Oh, I just clicked your name, Annalisa. I just had to click your name. There's one viewer, I haven't seen him around, Yeeta. He or she asked, he's in Canada, I think, can I be your mod? And I said, well, I don't kind of know you, it's just maybe when we interact, because there's no point I don't know, different people run their group chat thing differently. If I put a wrench next to someone's name, I expect them to moderate. I don't expect them to just have the wrench, because I've seen some people in different chat groups where they have the wrench, their name is in blue, but they don't moderate. they just sort of pile on. And so the chat goes really, awry, is that the term? Like it just goes all over quite quickly and become quite out of control because the moderator is not moderating and the host of the chat isn't commanding either, just sort of just follow whichever. And which is fine, you know, if that's the style, that's fine. I mean, I'm kind of like just talking about whatever anyway, so. My life's a beautiful swear word, I swear. Your swear word, YouTube doesn't seem to mind, but I think the default is that when there's swear word in the comment, it's filtered, right? Automatically, so we don't filter it. The mods and the owner of the stream did not put a block. YouTube put an automatic block by default. The moderators and the owner of the stream can decide to hide it or show it. Okay, so let's say you say fuck, I say show, click, and it's fuck. So Moon Priestess will be able to do that as well because she's a mod. The others can't. So if I am a bit uptight and I say, there's no language like that in here, then I'll click no. Then it won't show. It's up to me, the gatekeeper, to say yes or no. But YouTube, by default, will filter it for me and my moderators to decide. So in some instances, people would have their thing blocked and somebody accidentally say block instead of view. And so they thought they're blocked by YouTube or something. But in fact, it's up to you, the owner of the stream, and your moderators to decide whether it's yes or no, allowed or not. Do tell Pixie Tarot. So you used to be Ruby Rose, and now you're Pixie Tarot. I'm changing my channel name and approach. In what way? So Ruby Rose doesn't sound like a tarot channel. Now you sound like a tarot channel, right? Pixie Tarot. I personally would not put tarot on my channel because I want to be able to talk about whatever I want, and I don't want to be limited. But so how do you, oh, speaking of tarot, I've got my second edition and I was going to cancel it. And then I realized I've pre-ordered. I didn't realize I pre-ordered. And my cat is constantly moaning. And the cardstock's amazing. The cardstock's amazing. It's like paper, like their older cardstock, which like paper, matte, matte, but a bit more papery than the previous edition, but dense. So I actually thought that I've left some cards behind. Look, that's all. That's the thickness there. I actually thought that I've left some cards behind when I was shuffling. I thought, did I get the whole pile? So I'm quite happy that I've got it actually. Oh, I should check out your channel, Ruby Rose. Hold on, let me grab your channel. Let me see. Feel free to put why can I not go to your channel? Nope. No, I can't go to your channel. Anyway, hey Jim, are you Aussie? What are you asking me here, Jim? Are you asking me my location? Are you asking me my nationality? Are you asking me my origin? I'm not Australian, no. No, I'm in New Zealand. Where are you, Jim? Feel free to put your link, Pixie Tarot. If you want to link your channel here, feel free. I think I can allow it or something. Lucy and I can allow it. I'm not quite sure how it works. I'm trying to go to your channel, but I can't. This won't let me. I can't seem to go to your channel through the chat box. Oh, which part of Australia, Jim? Hello and welcome. We need more people down here, Jim. We think the Southern Hemisphere people. Oh, thank you, Lucy. There it is. Pixie Tarot. Oh, you're in Melbourne. This is the first time someone said I have an Australian accent. Usually they say there's a hint of North American. I used to have a really thick North American accent. And then I'm sorry, but my cat, I don't understand cats. I really just don't. What? Ladybird. What? So as I was saying, usually people say I have North American accent and not Australian, but I will take that as a compliment, Jim. So Jim is in Melbourne. There's a few people in Melbourne here, actually. I don't know if Brad Cadabra is still here. Katie Flowers in Melbourne. Who else is in Melbourne? A cat are not meant to be understood. I disagree. I insist on understanding cats. I feel like me and my cats understand each other better than me and my humans. I don't understand cats. I understand dogs perfectly. Hold on a second. Jim, what did I miss from the empath conversation? In short, I'm asking why the term empath instead of empathetic, highly empathetic people. My own understanding is that the term empath is it's not a useful label unless you are selling yourself as spiritualist, metaphysical service people. No, Jim. I can do, okay, what I can do, Jim, you know what I can do? I can write a blog post. So I may not be able to recap the conversation from the others. We can do another stream if you like. I don't like to keep my streams up because it's almost 2 hours. I just can't sleep, and I decided, and it's cluttering the page, the channel, like it's cluttering. There are other things that I would rather have on there that people have easy access to, and with all this stuff, it get a bit cluttered. So I usually take this down for that reason. But I will write a blog post about it. How's that? And I'll kind of put down, and then you can respond to the blog if you like. It's called Flowers and Ashes. So you can, and Jim, you can reply to the blog post and continue the conversation there, and I can pick it up. And then if you like, we can pick it up in the next stream. So yeah. So let me grab you my. I mean, these days people don't seem to people don't seem to want to read blogs anymore. I find that quite sad, actually. But and I understand, it's easy to just watch, right? So so here, this is my blog. I mean, I really don't know what this blog is about. It was going to be a tarot blog, and I really, really would like to move on from tarot. It's been a while, and I needed to move on to tarot. I'm from tarot maybe 3 years ago now. So, picture of the black hole. Have you? Ooh, I know nothing about it. The picture of the black hole. You mean there wasn't a picture of the black hole before? Hmm. 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 Ooh. Let me Google that then. I didn't know it wasn't available before. I know nothing of these things, so black hole. Huh, there it is. Oh wow. It looks like someone's blurry vision of a. Oh. Here. Picture. Yeah, the title initially was Inhaling the Moon, very fast. It became quite tiresome. It became my tarot closet as it lay dormant. And the closing phrase that popped in my mind when it lay dormant 3 years ago was when I needed to feel like I needed to move on from tarot 3 years ago. And with the Mary L, I was doing Mary L, and it was returning to Firdaus. So that became another blog and another channel. However, last year, the community or the people who I talked to shifted a great deal, and suddenly I wasn't sure what I was doing anymore with the returning to Firdaus. So all that is dormant now. But this one here, I need to, yeah. One of my blog posts, it was several Easters ago. It's about a bunch of flowers, dried flowers that I was going to burn, and the ashes I was going to use for a personal ritual of letting go, of grieving, of closing a chapter, of moving on. And I couldn't do it that year. And so that flower is still here. And I think this year I'm ready to burn the flowers, and the ashes I will collect. At the moment, I don't have a safe place to burn the flower in the house or outside the house safely without having, without causing fire hazard. I don't have a cauldron. Who does? I mean, I know you witches probably have, but I don't have a vessel where I can. So I was thinking of doing it in the fireplace, but it means that I have to clean the fireplace off the other dust, of the other ashes, because I just want the ashes from the flowers. Anyway, the name of the blog became Flowers and Ashes because of that. Do you think that's the abyss, though? Do you think that's the abyss, though? I still will talk about anything I want. Pixie said, oh, good for you. Good for you. I'm just making comments. I'm not... I am an open book. I am not very subtle. I'm not very diplomatic, okay, if you haven't noticed. So I don't mean anything by anything. If I say something, it's simply because those words are in my head. That's it. So yeah, if you could do whatever you want, that's great. I think good for you. Pixie Tarot, this is the Alice Tarot by Bava Studios, 2nd edition. Yeah. So, as in Alice in Wonderland, it's original photos of her stepdaughter, of her husband, Alex Ukoloff. And I think her daughter's grown up now because this was a few years ago. So that's a photo of her here. Where is she? That's her. Yeah. And they put on clothing and everything and take photo shoots. I think it's, in terms of tarot creation, I think it's a masterpiece. Whether you like the way it reads or not, I can't say, because I don't know how you read. I don't know how you approach tarot. I don't know what tarot is for you. So I don't know. But I love the idea of fairy tales. I love the idea of Alice. I love the idea of amazing. This cardstock is something else. It's like paper, but it has the sturdiness of the AGM Mueller, the AGM Urania. You know, that thin but strong and heavy. It's really heavy, but it's really thin and it's really papery matte. But I don't think it's actually naked because it has cold stamping on it. Like, where is it? It has cold stamping on it there. Hold on. Oh, this is not ideal, which is why I don't yeah, whoops, shoot, damn it. I was going to do a video about this cardstock, but I really want to scale tarot videos down. I want to move on to something else. So I'm just going to do these things on live. So I mean, just casually. It doesn't need to be recorded and filed away and kept archived for posterity. It doesn't really need to. So I'll just do a live stream like this and then take it down. And then, you know, if you know what I think about a cardstock. If you don't, it's not the end of the world, right? So bye, Pixie. Are you going? Bye. If I say something, that means these words is on. Oh, the tiger has arisen. The tiger just got. Sorry, Pixie. I thought you were saying goodbye. Sorry, you're still here. Sorry, ignore me. Ignore me. So the Bohemian Gothic, the 1st edition, is very papery, right? And they have what they call the Baba bend. So when you riffle it, it's soft, it's papery. Inside is a carbon core in the middle. Carbon, paper, paper. But it bends. This bounce back. So this is like the AGM Urania, you know, the AE weight, tarot of the AE weight. It flips. I mean, you know, you have a bend, but it bounce back. So I can't do it. Let me see. I can't. Yeah, I can't. I need a down camera and I don't have it at the moment. Let me see. Can I do this? Nah, it won't. I'm going to lose my, no, this is a big screen. So if I nose it down too much, it might collapse. But I'm a very bad riffle shuffler. And the fact that I can riffle shuffle this like crazy is so good. I haven't read with it. I've just been shuffling. Let me try to do this in front of you. How do I do this? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, okay. No, I can't. It's difficult. Nah, I have to do this some other way. It just shuffles. I like that. I'm so glad they stopped going to China, because I actually think that the European stock is amazing. Maybe for casino grade, Macau being just around the corner there, maybe for casino grade cards, sure, make playing cards, printer studio, but these kind of cards, the A.G. Mueller, I think they are printing Belgium or Switzerland, because A.G. Mueller and Urania Koenigsvoort and there's like 2-3 different companies there. So Switzerland, Belgium, and Germany. Yeah, so there's a couple of countries there. They're warehouse in one, they print in one, they ship from another country, So I think their card stock's printed in Belgium. And if you remember, with older decks, a lot of us used to hunt for the Belgium card stock. I don't know whether people still do. And then there's the Italian card stock, and then there's the Chinese card stock. I'm not saying the Chinese card stock's not nice. That, where is it? The Dark Mansion, those matte, those are really nice. Those are from China. So if I say something, that means those words are in my head. Nomka. Don't you agree, Joanna? It's just there, and I have to say it. I don't really mean anything by no, I've seen somebody riffle shuffle in the air like that. It was Sansista Brujo Luis, the Brujo, whose channel I've been following for a while now. He does that in air like, but his tarot decks are split in the middle like this, because he Brujo Luis, yeah. You've seen his video, Lucy? I think either he's in America or in Puerto Rico. I know there's Puerto Rican element in there somewhere. Oh no, of course, Joshua. Of course not. Not everything in China is cheap and a piece of crap. No. I am not suggesting that. My own cousin has a printing business and his factory's in China. So he's from Massachusetts, right. But I think he's Puerto Rican, eh? Sansista Brujo Luis. Let me like, he doesn't need my support. He has like followers out of his ears, but I found him to be one of the more genuine, perhaps. I wouldn't know because I'm no expert. Hold on, let me grab the channel of Sanse. That's how I got to know about the cross, actually. Oh, there it is. I think it's a Puerto Rican, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So he's like 38,000 subscribers. He doesn't need my support. He's doing fine. Thank you very much. Okay, here it is. Brujo Luis. Link. Brujo Luis. Oh, thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. Yeah. Ta. So that's him. He's a practitioner. And there's another one, practitioner of voodoo, or is it hoodoo? Voodoo, not voodoo, not ooh. There's an interesting article, voodoo versus voodoo. Sorry, I'm very ignorant come to these things. I do apologize. It's all new to me. But those two aren't the same. So there's a good article about that. Let me grab it. My stomach is beginning to rumble. You can hear it, and I apologize. This article said that voodoo with double O is actually okay, this is a rubbish search engine, this one. So I have to move on to this one. That one is actually an American creation. So very, very, here it is. an old article. Here, how voodoo became voodoo and voodoo. How my stomach, shut up. Oh my God, what did I do? I don't know what I've done there, but oh my God, what the hell? Here. Finally, I don't know what I'm doing. There. What? Typo. Fine. Okay, never mind. No, Vito. No. Not voodoo. Hoodoo is different, I think. The ASMR stands for Annika. My stomach is grumbling, like loud, obnoxiously grumbling. Somebody said that usually happen because you're relaxed, and obviously I'm very relaxed a lot of the times these days because it happens a lot, like loud. And even when I was hungry, it never really does that before in the past. I have to admit that Annika was the first channel I watched and sub. Your voice was so calming to me. Oh, thank you, Pixie Tarot. That is so bizarre because I am actually I've been accused of having a very aggressive voice. So when people say that my voice is calming, I'm thinking like, that is weird. If you've seen me get a bit excited on live stream, you could see how people think I have an aggressive voice because I don't yell, but I tend to yeah. Oh, wow, the stomach, wow. Thank you. Yes. So Jim, Joshua, thank you. Somebody else was saying they wanted to see a tarot, whatever, right? And I said, every man and their dogs have done a video about this tarot. And so he said, no, I want to hear your voice. That's a bit, I mean, I know the guy, otherwise he'll sound a little creepy, but yeah. The business, what does it say, Hector? You want to share that link? Interesting article on the business of A. If you want to create an ASMR channel, I think there's a lot of demand out there. It's a lot more than tarot. A lot more than tarot. If you're in the tarot business, you do forecast. You know, those every month, every week, those ones. Oh, a lot of people really like that. I mean, it's tedious to do. I couldn't imagine how you would do that week after week. So I really admire people who does because I find them boring. But can you hear that? Can you? Tiger said it's really a calm and controlled voice, but we can tell you get worked up, but you don't go. I think my partner, my other half, wished I'm a bit more like that in real life. With him, sometimes it's like, ah! He's like, he called me a psycho once. Well, sometimes it's just blood pressure, my kidneys, blood pressure. I do sometimes, like with him, I need to be a bit more because sometimes he'll go, you know, Cancer, Aries, whatever. So I have to be, but every now and then I'm just like, yeah, okay, I'm not doing that today. And I'm going to just open my mouth and you can take it for once. Let's take turn. I can take it sometimes. You can take it sometimes. Annalisa, ciao, Annalisa, ciao. The Scorpio sun in you, nobody. Moon Priestess is telling me to eat. I think my stomach rumble was really, really loud just now. Annika, you don't offend me and I love your bluntness. Oh, thank you, Pixie, because I am so... Should I call you Ruby? I love Ruby Rose. I love the name Ruby Rose. See, if I have a chance to name the cat myself, I would have called her Ruby Rose or something. I wouldn't call her Ladybird. But, you know, she's an old cat. She's been Ladybird for ages. All her vet records, Ladybird or Ladybug or whatever. Oh, my other half, Jim Salisbury, my other half. Ciao, Vito. Ciao. Have a good day. It's not loud at all, but a grumble definitely asks for food. I know, right? Yeah. It's like almost 6 a.m. So it's just that it's usually when I'm up after about, so let's say I'm up by about 3 just now. So about 3 hours, then it started. Because usually I'm not that hungry this early in the morning, but because I've been up for 3 hours. No, 2 hours. 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah, so this cardstock is, I'm glad, because I kind of thought, like, a lot of people say, oh, it's kind of the same as the, you know, the old one. It's matte, but it feels thinner, but it feels sturdier. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Yeah, it just feels different. I like it. I like it much better. Like Cancer Sun, Aries rising. Yes, Jim, sorry. Yes. Cancer rising, Aries sun is him. Bread, Tiger's Abyss, bread. Yeah, the bread is a bit stale, so I need to warm it up a little bit, toast it a little bit, you know, and that takes time. Aries sun, Cancer rising. Yes. You are too, Jim? Well, all I can say is, well, you're not only emotional within yourself, you're explosive as well. And my God, it's tedious to handle sometimes. I have no idea what his moon is. No, I don't know. Holly. No, I can carry on. I just have to go and grab something to eat, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves. There's not a lot of people in the room, so it's a nice, intimate group. We talked about psychopaths and sociopaths. Now I'm just talking this Alice cardstock. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's Cancer rules by moon. Cancer rules by moon. So moon is his chart ruler. Let me just grab something to eat, because my just quickly, because my stomach is getting really antisocial. So you guys carry on. I won't be long. So what I'm having is oatmeal with with palm sugar. Hold on. Oatmeal, palm sugar, and walnut. It looks a little messy in the bowl, but it's very, very delicious. Holly, have you ever thought about being a stand-up comedian? You're very funny. Yes, Lucy, I was just watching the first episode of the second season and I'm already bored. And in the first season, I couldn't stop thinking that it's not for me because I think it's a little childish, but I actually find myself sitting there, wanting to hear the next story. And I'm watching the second season. I'm so bored. But Tiger enjoyed it though. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time. So if eating sounds disgust you, please, I don't know what you're going to do, but I have to eat. I don't have to do a live stream, but I want to. So there it is. Palm sugar. So it's a bit like maple syrup, but palm sugar. Well, not quite a bit, but when I was sick, when I was a child in the hospital, I was fed oatmeal and palm sugar, and it was such comfort to me because my dad was sick with cancer at the same time. So he was in Japan for a month and I was in the hospital for 3 weeks without my parents. I was only 15. It was a bit rough. Luckily, we have good friends. And yeah, I watched the first episode and I'm thinking, oh God, seriously, I have to fast forward. Yeah, Holly. Well, Tiger gave me hope because he seemed to enjoy it. Sorry. We've spoken, Tiger. So my question is a matter of label, a matter of purpose of the label. And so my question was, why say empath instead of saying highly empathetic people? If you change, yeah. So I'll give you the stream. You can look up what people say is interesting. And Annalisa said things like you walk into a room and you can feel the vibe that somebody has just had a fight. So my question then is the person there? Do you know about the fight? And she said, no, you don't know about the fight. You didn't see the fight, but you walk into a room and you felt something. So then is that empathy though? Is that empath though? That's a whole psychic ability, right? Because you're not connecting to another person's feeling. So empathetic means that you are connecting to somebody else's feeling the other person's feeling. And my question also is that when you walk into a situation where you think you are feeling somebody else's feeling, how do you know that it's not your feeling reacting to somebody else's feeling, which is not the same as adopting the other person's feeling, if you know what I mean? What Facebook group? There's a Facebook. My Facebook group is open. It's a page. It's not a group. It means it's public. So be careful when you post anything there. Know that it's an open page. It's a public page. I don't do closed Facebook groups. I was going to, but given what transpired in the community last year and this year, and then the Christchurch shooting, I just, no, I'm not going to, especially after the Christchurch shooting, because the Christchurch shooting validate my feeling of social media algorithm purposely separating us into cells. Well, I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist now, but you know what I mean. where echo chambers, somebody mentioned the term, that's the best term I've heard all year, echo chambers, where you're hearing your own voices louder and louder with no dissent, with no counter check, with no counterbalance. So I don't want to contribute to groups like that. Mm. 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 Sorry, I'm nodding to Jim. Who's to say that a feeling of a fight is just some imprint left by people, so it's a person's feeling? But yeah, but some people term that being an empath. Empathy for me is feeling other people's feelings, and there's a whole. And we're talking about sociopath and psychopath, and one of the markers of sociopath and psychopaths is the lack of empathy, or the absence of empathy. And then mm, it's not really, it's not really a fan page. I wasn't able to communicate with people. Now we have the community tab on YouTube. I'm actually trying to phase out Facebook because Facebook is just. But what I can do is I'll just leave it dormant. I just won't be there on a personal level. I'll just be there to manage the page. Facebook will not allow you to manage the page without a personal Facebook page, which is annoying because I really don't want a personal Facebook. I just want the page, the public. But they force you, which is fair enough because they want to know who's what, whatever. So, yeah, so it's just nobody here. Again, it's public. It means that my stalker, it means that my troll is on it, or he can see it, whatever. It's just be aware that there are eyes looking at you that you do not know looking at you when you post on there. So, it's called Nobody Here. Hold on. I just sort of post interesting videos and just updates, that sort of thing. And it's hardly anything there, really. I don't promote it or anything. It's just a catchment point for people to contact each other. What is it? Hold on. I have to log in. I've logged out. So I'm only there now to tidy up trades. Because I can't connect with people elsewhere. You know, I can't, they're not on Twitter. Okay, I'm freezing. I'm freezing. I'm freezing. My computer's running out of memory. This computer's struggling. Book. It's terrible. It's not coping. Sorry, as soon as I opened Facebook, this whole thing froze. It's on look for Nobody Here on Facebook. Yeah, damn it. I don't know. I can't remember the address. Can someone, if someone have access to the group, can someone link it? Yeah. Yeah, which is why I'm desperately trying to find another way to do this. So I'm seriously going to download Discord. Just give me some time. I'll do Discord. I just am desperately trying to get off YouTube and Facebook, but maintain the connection that we have, and I have no idea how to do it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lucy. So that's just for people to connect with each other, whatever, it's just YouTube isn't meant to be, so YouTube's media is not meant to be social networking, so it's very clunky. Mm, 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 mm. Vimeo, what do you think? I don't know. What on earth is Steam it? Post on my Facebook page, please. I'm trying to open Facebook, but my computer is old and I haven't cleaned it up. It's running out of memory. So as soon as I open Facebook, just know this whole thing froze. Steam it. Okay, I'll remember Steam it. Speaking of psychopathy, yes, Cape Cod creatures. Periscope is a good one, and Instagram seems to be popular, but I don't watch it. Yeah, I don't know. Periscope seems to be like a whole other, that communities of people, and then the different cultures, right? And the various platforms, you tend to sort of. I quite like the people here. I quite like this in the live stream. Let me think. I can live stream here, you see. It's just that when we can then carry on to, let's say, discuss further matters like what is an empath, what is sociopath, what is psychopathy. I'm not in seriousness asking whether there's a cliff note or something. I'll do a blog. And if you want to respond to it, you can comment on the blog and then we can bring it back up here. But where you can chat and you can talk to people, but not necessarily open like this, so that you have a list of people. I don't know. God. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, Instagram is Facebook and their algorithm is so aggressive. It is pushing my family over to my tarot side, which I really hate. So I have left Instagram alone for tarot for now. And some of you who are on my Instagram will notice that I don't talk tarot at all there. My family know, but I just am not comfortable. Steam it. Let me see. I'm curious. Let's just hope it's not going to crash. Steam it. But does this mean I have to like download another app or something? Like I've downloaded so many chat app. I think it's crashing my. Okay, this is crashing. Steam it. Okay. Interesting. So this is here's Steam it. I think, is this the same as Steam? My other half play games on Steam, or used to. Lucy, Hector, you guys can meet up on the page, and then you can then take it private. So Lucy, if you go to the page and look for Hector on the page, or tag him or call him out or something, you can use it as a meeting point. Just note it's public. Periscope. I heard Periscope. I just don't know. Periscope, yeah. For some reason, I don't like the idea of Periscope. I don't know why. So is this an app, Steam it? Yeah. This is interesting. I might take a look at this. Oh, but God, yeah, I don't know. It's a crowd of people in just different platforms, right? And that's probably as important to me, I think. It seems like on YouTube, the crowd is, because it's been around for a while, maybe the crowd is a little bit more, I don't know. I get a feeling about it. I can't really say anything more than that. Let me just catch on your chats here. Tiger said that I also think that people who are in the metaphysical empath side are people who might confuse what they really are. People who are extremely understanding of others' plights and stresses. Yes, so highly empathetic. No? So an empath is like a label that people have used so far, the way I see it. Like it's special, like it's sort of like they're psychic, like they have this special ability. And what I'm saying is that I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a higher degree of what normal people have anyway. It isn't like a special skill that only one or two people who call themselves empaths have. If you replace the word empath with highly empathetic, and if the sentence still means the same, then the word empath to me is redundant. And so I'm kind of here saying, in that case, what the hell is an empath? If it's redundant in these contexts. Yeah. I'm just catching up on the chat. I suspect I'm not going to continue watching Sabrina. I have to quote Holly here. Quote of the day. Oh. I don't know, you guys, this Christianity thing isn't quite catching on with the ladies, apostles. Can you work in bread somehow and wine? Bitches love wine. I love Jesus. I think Jesus is awesome. I think Che Guevara is awesome. I think Mr. Spock is awesome. So if I have an altar, this is not an altar. As I said to somebody, an altar for me is when you sacrifice, when you make contract with the other side. Nothing's happening here. It's just lovely flowers, some mementos from friends and stuff I like to look at when I'm thinking about stuff. But if I have an altar, I'd have Jesus, Che Guevara, Mr. Spock, potentially Gandhi, Mother Mary, I don't know. Maybe the Archangel Michael or Gabriel, I don't know. I just like that sort of badass sort of, I think, is that Michael with the, like, I think it was Michael. I don't know, but definitely Jesus, Che Guevara. I think Jesus and Che Guevara is very similar. They're both socialist, communist. Regardless of what people in America might think, I think Jesus is a damn socialist and a communist, and definitely a Democrat. Definitely recycles. And Che Guevara, because I admire his, whether I agree with his politics or not, I admire his idealism. And Mr. Spock, because I admire his rational, logical thinking, no emotions. I am a robot. So the passion of Jesus in Che Guevara, the idealism of Che Guevara, the love of Jesus, the strict logic of Mr. Spock, and maybe Lucifer, maybe Morning Star Lucifer, that, this as a reminder of the folly or of the pitfall of free will, of pride, of vanity, of thinking that we can stand on our own 2 feet without anybody else. Yeah. Lucifer, Morning Star, Che Guevara, Jesus, and Mr. Spock. Maybe Mother Mary for a bit of feminine touch. Applied to people in psychology, is it different? Okay, let me catch up. Oh, the OA, I've started the OA, the second one, yeah. The first one was a bit of a drag. And at the end, I was like, the power of belief. What is the OA about? The power of belief, that in the end, the prophecy fulfills itself because people believe and act on the prophecy. Like, okay, I don't want to spoil it for people who hasn't seen the first season. Mm-hmm. I would like to read out James Salisbury, but I'm eating. Hold on a second. I want to turn this way, but this side of my room is really messy and I'm a little embarrassed. So I'm actually tilted a little bit so that you don't see the mess. Because you don't need to. And nobody say the word authentic, otherwise I will throw you out of the room. Jim said, when a person creates some type of art, particularly art using symbols to confer meaning, it's in the mind first, then created to fit that mental image to the best of the artist's abilities. Some people are intuitively able to read or feel these symbols and they see the meaning intended, right? A bit like this, no? A bit like some people study symbols and can break down the art and understand it. Imagine these understandings are empathic with art. Is one of these people more empathic? See, the definition of empathy is living creature to living creature, emotion to emotion. So when people start talking about room and art objects, in my understanding of empathy, that's not empathy, that's something else. Yeah, that's my comment on that, I guess. Applied to people in psychology is different. So my understanding of empathy is feeling to feeling, emotion to emotion. So which is why when Annalisa, who's left, said that, when she comes into the room and she can feel that somebody's fought there before, I said there's no human person in there. So that's not empathy, is it? That's something else. That's psychic, isn't it? Claire, one of the Claires, Claire this and Claire that. Because you're reacting in the absence of direct stimuli, technically speaking. So with regards to your description, Jim, my own take is that that's not empathy, that's something else. That's highly in tune to something, highly connected to, having to, I am going into semiotics rather than psychology. So what you're saying there reminds me of semiotics more than psychology. It is the human relationship, the human the cognitive relationship with symbols or mediated by symbols. It's not just cognitive, and there's social stuff there as well. I'm not too familiar with the area of semiotics, but for some reason, I want to say, Jim, to you, semiotics. But what about Lucifer? Holly, the movie? The series. I mentioned Lucifer as if I have to have statues on my altar, if I have altar, which I don't. That's not an altar. Somebody asked about this. This is just like bits and pieces I put to focus my mind. So I call it contemplative space. I don't really call it altar. For me, altar, you have to either make contract, either through the sacrificing of something or the performing of something. Right. To cross between this world and that world. And I have really never allowed that in my house. Like, I'm not comfortable doing that in the house. I don't want that doorway in the house. If there's a doorway, I need it out there. I don't want it in here. I don't want to be the perpetual gatekeeper of something I've opened and I can't close again. But if I have an altar, that's what I mentioned, Holly. That's when I was talking about Lucifer. I would have Lucifer, as in the angel Lucifer, not Baphomet, Satan, whatever. For free will, Spock for logic, Jesus for compassion and love, and Che Guevara for idealism. C word. Well, it just as I was saying, when a person leaves an imprint in a room, like from a fight, yeah, Jim. A creator leaves an imprint. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Um, mm, Sacred space. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's not even sacred. Like, to be honest, it's not sacred enough for me. I mean, when you grow up Catholic, you see the altar, you have this awe. You have this. As soon as you get close, you feel a tingle and everything. That's sacred. Even if I don't believe in the theology anymore, it's sacred. You don't touch it. You don't. It just. I could feel it in the bone. It's not even that for me. But I get you, Holly. It's like that. I think after contemplative space is literally just a space like, when I used to film out there, um, um, if you look at my older video, I was going through my older videos and I've seen it's just a lot. I'm in such a different space then. You see incense, you see candles, crystals, you see Mother Mary there, the flowers, the singing bowl. I've gifted that singing bowl to my sister. I no longer lit incense. Mother Mary's still floating around the house because she's been a part of my whole life. So she's going to remain no matter where I go. I don't have that. That used to be my sacred space where I make videos, when I talk to you guys, coffee and incense. Some of you guys would have, this is when I'm just only talking to a small group of people. And my subscription doesn't really, but it's a gauge, but it doesn't really mean anything these days. But when I know my audience and the audience was small and intimate, that used to be my sacred space where that was sacred. Now it's not. And now it's just a tabletop. And this is my contemplative focus, my, sacred space. Not always. We can't assume. Oh, Holly, did you get I don't know if you like the Alice Baba. This cardstock is beautiful. I like it. When I say beautiful, I like it. Many might not. It's papery, it's thin, it's dense. It's dense. It's a riffle shuffle. Like, and I'm a rubbish riffle shuffle. Let me try this again and show you. I don't necessarily need to shuffle it in front of you, but I'll shuffle it and I'll show you, because I do not riffle shuffle like this. Okay, I am not the Tiger's Abyss. When I riffle shuffle, everything come in clumps. But in this case, let me show you. Look at that. Yes. I don't get like this shuffle because I'm pretty poop at shuffling like this. But if someone, or instance, was carving a Buddha and then entered a state not unlike meditation while carving, sure, a sensitive person may find that carving helps them focus, as you said about the table there. Oh, that's interesting. Well, let me tell you what that reminds me of. In Java Island, where I was born, people mix magic and art all the time. So the last Q&A, we had someone asking me about encounter with spirits or people who are possessed. And I said, I have never seen one, but I've heard stories. And one of the story that seems quite, not valid, but credible to me is of my brother-in-law's cousin, because my brother-in-law is a very logical, sensible person who is not easy to be persuaded. And his cousin is likewise so. She was doing a cultural research on Javanese traditional dance, and something entered her because in all the ritual, as not only the art, but also they sometimes ask for help from the other realm to make sure that their art is beyond good. And so in the dancing, for example, sometimes they have to perform 48 hours nonstop. And for example, shadow puppetry as well, the person behind who perform the shadow puppet have to perform for 48, sometimes a week, sometimes nonstop. It's superhuman strength in a way that only some spirits can help you do. And in carving religious statues, we often believe that is indeed the case. They fast, they pray, they seek the help of the gods and spirits and whatever to carve. And so that for some reason I know what you're saying. I'm actually taking it further. Although I'm a rationalist, I think that's the term. I don't know. I think, yeah, that's something to think about, Jim. Yeah, that's an interesting thought there. But for me, it's a completely it's not just two humans mediated by object, right? Which is what you're saying. It just reminds me very much of that sometimes. Object, human, and then there's something else interfering. But the focal point or the bridge is the material object. Art, religious statues, dance, shadow puppet. And these shadow puppet that I wanted to bring at one point, it was $600. I wish I bought it now. Huge like that, framed up. And nowadays it's made of plastic or something, but in those days it's made of leather. And it's little, really, really tiny bits of craft there. And what made me hesitate was why I hesitated to acquire such a beautiful object was because I thought there's something in it. I thought that because it's from the 30s and the 20s, when they make it, they would have put something in there, whether it's their own mind or whether it's external, I don't know. And I was too afraid of bringing that into my home. I didn't want to bring that over. And if you look, I like antiques. So these are antiques, but these are antiques from a different culture. I don't share their belief system, so perhaps the power of belief isn't there. And I'm not afraid. So I have like a silver wreath when I got married ages ago. And the silver wreath was old. And I remember a cousin of mine saying, "Oh, that's a bit scary. Aren't you afraid that there might be other people's stuff on it?" And my engagement ring's antique from the early 1900s. And again, the comment was that, "Aren't you scared?" Because my cousins came from that world where older stuff were created with the interference of other things. Now, what you said very much remind me of that, because in my mind, what if those other things are simply what you are saying, Jim, which is that sort of imbuing of somebody else's mind so strongly imprinted on them, and not really spirit. But either way, it affects you. It affects you beyond the material itself. And that kind of scares me a little bit because I am a control freak. Most control freaks are anxious. I'm highly anxious, and so I need to control because I'm anxious. Holly said, 18-year-old me would have loved an Alice deck, but me now, not so much. I'm holding up for Boho Cats reprint and fantastical. Oh, you like Boho Cats? I don't understand Boho Cats. I used to have a mini one I've sold. And I was going to get a first edition Bohemian Gothic Cats. Boho Cats. Is that right? Bohemian Cats? Yeah. Because I love the edges, the borders of the original of the first edition. I must say, the reason why I like this is because of its production value. I must say, I like the fact that these are original photos of, I hate looking at myself doing this. It's a little, anyway, this is actually Karen's daughter, and I don't know. And the story of Alice always reminds me of my childhood. So that's actually, Karen's stepdaughter, I think, Alex's daughter. Fantastical menagerie. Yeah, I almost got that vintage. And for some reason, the human body and the animal head scares me, freaks me out a little bit. But if the Fantastical Menagerie is being reprinted, I certainly would have it, because the illustration is especially like with the, that Fox in a Hen's House, that illustration. I think it was Seven of Swords. It was just brilliant. It's also harder to shuffle, larger size. Yeah, larger size is harder to shuffle as well. So like this, I can't do this. It's too hard for me. I do this. It's really hard on the wrist otherwise. Hector said, Cape Cod creatures, the grinning cat really threw me. What a certain object that you see in, let's say, in an antique shop, gives you a feeling of happiness and joy. Does this mean you're getting the feeling from the object? Or I actually never really thought about it. I like antiques. I look at something, it feels delicious, like I can chew on it, I'll get it. That's it. No feeling, nothing. But come to my own culture, maybe because I know too much. I don't touch these antiques because I just don't know what's in it and I don't want to risk it. I'm too scared because I actually believe. I said this many times, I refuse to engage with the other side. I refuse to engage with spirits, but I actually believe in them. I am not going to start wielding my swords or my wands or start calling on them because I know way too well what they can do. And I would rather no thank you. I'll do this myself, thank you, because it's not worth the price. It's not worth the price. I don't think so. Oh, who scares me? Who scares you, Pixie? Oh. It means Mary Kondo has entered your body and is about to throw out all of your stuff. Mary Kondo scares you, Pixie. Yeah, I don't want Mary Kondo coming in here. No. I'm doing this my own way, thank you. That's the one. Baroque Bohemian Cats. That's right. Yeah. Bohemian Gothic Cats. No, that's the other deck. Do you know that I have the Baroque Bohemian Silver Edition? I did. Someone made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I should have filmed it first. Excuse me. This reminds me of that. This cardstock. So it's crisp, and the silver edition, the Bohemian Gothic. It looks like the whole art is printed on silver cardstock. So it's not art with silver. It's not art with gilding like this. It's not art with gilding, but it's like the whole art is printed on silver. So it's very, very nice, actually. But yeah, somebody offered me some money and I thought, whoa, I cannot have that kind of money sitting around in a deck of cards. So I sold it. But I really should have done a walkthrough first because that would have been my unicorn. Is there any other unicorn I've let go? No, that's it. I have the Victorian flower, but the Victorian flower oracle popped up, once in a while. I have not seen the silver popped up as often. I certainly have not seen Pantera popped up as often, but I could be wrong because I'm not looking usually. I have one more, Iron Wing. I have Iron Wing, and that would be it. I have another one. Let me show you. Where is it? Where is it? Do you know I haven't opened, I said this before, I haven't opened Usi Supra at all. Hold on. I have to take this off. Where did I at? Don't tell me I've lost it already. I just got it. I'll just send you the link. Le jeu something. It was part of Usi's shop, and I saw it when Usi was having the campaign for Supra, and so I asked them, and I said, "Could you add, that deck to the Supra shipping?" And they say no, because the Supra is Kickstarter and this deck is on their shop, and so it means I have to pay another $35 just shipping the one deck. So I couldn't, like the deck was $50, and I just couldn't got myself to do it. And then it became out of stock. And when I contact the artist has one to sell for $350. Granted that they're going to give me a nice bag with embroidery, but man, that's a lot of money. So I thought, well, and then I found this thanks to a friend, and I decided that if I was to buy it then, it would cost me about $80. So I thought if I can get $80, that's fine. It'll be fair because it's just like it would have been like if I bought it then, you know. So this is the tarot deck here called Le Jeu de Tarot. Is that how you pronounce it? Le Jeu de Tarot. Le Jeu de Tarot. So I don't know if that qualifies as a unicorn, because, you know, a few people have it. And is it really that hard to find? I don't know. But I love it. I like it. Yeah, so that's the other one. What do you think? What do you think? Should I show it to you guys? It's majors only. Should that be a unicorn? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, because it's I can understand, because I'm sure they're coordinating it differently. Yeah, so I didn't get it. I just couldn't bring it. In the end, I'm paying the same amount of money as if I would have done it back then, you know. So because now that it's out of print, and my only other option is getting it from the artist for $350, which I'm not going to do. Chalk was saying, unbelievable. You're not going to believe this, but I fell asleep while listening and just got up, and everything you were saying was being played out in dream, like in movie form. Like everything you were saying were being spoken to me like I was in court and you were a prosecutor or an office manager of some sort. I remember something about semantics and symbols. I was talking to Jim Chalk. I was talking to Jim Salisbury. Oh my God. It just means that you're not sleeping very well. It just means that your sleeping is interrupted by my live streaming. Sorry, what was I'm just catching up on your conversation. I feel that the creator could imbue something. Anyone else making any imprint on it after the facts is more like dust or something can be cleansed. Oh, I see what you mean. Pixie, just as you said about antiques, but I'll make it about tarot. If you get an intuition or a feeling from a card, is it the card? Is it the symbols? Is it the artist's intent? Jim, my position on tarot with regards to that is this. That is you, the reader. That's my position on it. It's not external to you. It's inside of you. Good morning, Mags. No, it'll be at night over there, evening. Hector said, Chalk, that used to happen to me when I was younger and I fell asleep watching cartoons. My dreams were a little better. Oh. When you fall asleep, listening to a voice, yours in particular, the person's voice into your subconscious, and it involved in one's dream, illustrative voice. How fascinating. It's not unusual, actually, Chalk. It's not unusual. So the brain is still working. It just means that you're not sleeping very well, unfortunately, because your brain is still processing stimuli from the outside. So you might not. The best way to sleep is to have white noises of birds chirping, water, creek, thunderstorm, wind, whatever. But TV, especially blue light, is actually bad for you. Yeah. So I suspect you'll be a bit tired, maybe not today, tomorrow, because the body clock is as such that if you don't have sleep today, it's not tomorrow that you're tired. So if you don't have enough sleep today, it usually catch on 2 days later. It has this cumulative effect. I can see that, but symbols normally have a universal meaning for many people. If a brown vase makes you feel sad, it will not for someone else. I think a better tarot artist used the symbols in a way that makes it available and interpretable to as wide an audience as possible. Is that possible though, Jim Salisbury? Like, for example, if you put a snake, it seems like in the Western tradition, everybody will understand that a snake is bad and an owl is good. In my tradition, a snake is wise, is good. So can you really be universal with symbols? What do you mean unicorn? I skipped your unicorn post until today about the pen deck. I have not finished watching. Oh, it's just, people used to call it in Eclectic Tarot Forum, for those of you who used to belong there, people used to call it what do they call it? Holy Grail. My Holy Grail. I just call it unicorns because, I don't know, it popped in. Like, a lot of these I thought didn't exist. And then I looked for it. I thought it didn't exist. Yeah, so instead of, which is why I don't want to put the Leisure Towel in it, because I knew it existed when I looked for it. But a few of the other ones were the ones that I surprisingly find. I didn't realize they existed out there. I knew the Pentaro existed though. Yeah, so anyway, let's not overthink that, which I tend to do. Oh, look. Gold, gold, gold. I know this is going to be really frivolous of me. Okay, I'm admitting it. But look, the color coordination of my trunk, which is blue and brass, blue and brass. See, if I want to set up a shop as a tarot reader, this will make a really good aesthetic. Blue and brass, look. Anyway. I'm just catching up. Jim Salisbury said yes to Tarot Pixie, to Pixie Tarot. I think a better tarot artist uses this symbol in a way that makes it available. Okay, so I've got that. Okay, evening, Megs. So good evening, good evening. Yes, Lucy, same here. I grew up in the tropics when it's raining heavy. Sorry, the cat. The cat's desperate for some fresh air, and I am too. Sorry, the microphone was left. Maybe I could do like a wireless. That's next. Wireless. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some of your. Owl, snake, good, bad. These are opinions. It's hard to know if we are correct in this. Well, those are not opinions. Those just traditions. Like, things evolved, and they have different experiences. They have experiences of a snake. They have experiences. So, in my opinion, I'm not seeking agreement. I'm simply wondering out loud about the universality of symbols, since we're talking universal symbols. And so then maybe we're talking archetypes, right? Which is a whole other, archetypes is if symbols represent whatever, archetypes is where symbols come through. So maybe the more in tune a person is, the closer to their understanding or feeling is to what the universal symbol is supposed to represent, maybe. We color it totally, and then in fact our opinion that defines the meaning totally. Good point, good point. Rainbow are, for example, a bad sign. Is that right? In the Tarasca tradition, for basically the same reason they are good on the Bible. What's a Tarasca? What's Tarasca, Hector? I could Google it, but I need to eat this. I'm Googling Tarasca. I've never heard. Well, I learned something new today. Here it is. Why is it good in the Bible? I didn't know that either. Tarascan. Why is rainbow good in the Bible? Rainbow symbolism. It is peace and serenity. After rainstorm, when the sun breaks through the clouds. So after rainstorm, so I suppose it's good because the sun's finally shining. I'm assuming that the sun is shining is a bad thing rather than a good thing in some places. And therefore, it is a sign of bad things. Is that what it is? It means the rain is gone and it will not come back. There it is. Okay, with the same intensity. So where the sun is a bad thing, right? While it's good because the sun is a good thing. Universal symbol doesn't mean the symbol holds the same meaning across culture. It means that the symbol is present across culture. Thank you. Thank you, Tiger's Abyss. All that reading of books instead of cards pays off. I think we need to read books more than we read cards. Don't you agree? I mean, it's not enough, really, seriously. These are just tentacles, aren't they? We need to sort of know the head of the octopus. Yep. Thank you. 10 points for Tiger Abyss. That's a really bloody good point. Yeah. That's Tarascan is new. This is quite interesting. Where is it? Tarasca, Tarascans, Tarascan language, Tarascan food. It's an exonym and the popular name for the Purepeca culture. Purepeca. Here it is. Here it is. This region here. Tarascan state. It's in Mexico. It's part of Mexico. The capital is Sinsunsan. Sorry, what? Sinsunsan? Oh gosh, I don't know how to here. Ancient History Encyclopedia, that might be better. Aha, the Aztecs, yeah. Do you say Aztecs or Aztecs? Aztecs, copy. Tarascan civilization. Tarascan. Well, I learned something new today. Civilization. And then there's this one here. Guggenheim. You can't argue with the Guggenheim. It's an empire. Tarascan Empire. I did not know that. Thank you for that, Hector. I've learned something new. Tarascan Empire. I think this is pretty ancient. That's probably why I'm completely oblivious to it. Oh no, okay. Flourished between the around the period of the I think Edo period in Japan. I remember Tale of Genji is in the 1100s. Was it 1000s? To the west, the Purepeca people, called Tarascan by the Spanish, flourished from 1100 to 1530. The center of the Tarascan Empire was the capital city, I don't know how to pronounce that. Sinsunsan. From this religious and administrative center, the Tarascans waged war against their enemy, the Aztecs. Oh, not part of it, but they're... Okay, that's interesting. Do you want to include aliens in the archetypes? I don't think they're part of the archetype. I mean, the archetype in the Jungian sense of the word. No. Yeah, Jim, that's a good point. As a modern interpretation of pre-existing archetypes, yeah, no. Okay, Lucy. Harry Potter reference. God's promise not to destroy the world in a flood again. Yes. Okay, gotcha. See, you know your Bible more than I do. I mean, I grew up Catholic. I don't know my Bible at all. All I know about the Bible, I learned in the 3 years I was at university with my Christian friends. That's it. Half the time we were on camping anyway, so Bible study was like once a week. A hot cha is chai or channel. Oh, okay. Chin-chun-san. Is that right? Chin-chun-san. Chin-chun-san? Oh. Chin-chun-san. Well, let's Google. Maybe. Google knows everything, right? Chin-chun-san. Chin. Chun-san. Pronounce. There it is. 4-4 is the best. I'll go 4-4 because the rest are useless. Oh, I can't. I have to unplug this. Hold on a second. I'll unplug this for a bit. Hold on.
Sinsan.
No. Okay, that's pretty crap. Hold on a second. Let me just go to 4-4. Chin-chun-san. 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 Chin-chun-san.
Chin-chun-san. Chin-chun-san. 挺中散，
挺中散。
挺中散，
Wow.
挺中散，
Wow. That's fascinating. Oh, priestess. 挺中散. Hey, Ruben, Pascal, are you talking to me? Who are you talking to? There's a lot of people in the room. Tin Sun Sun. I'll put back the mic back. Oh, I have a giveaway, by the way. I know not a lot of people are probably keen because the two missing cards, the Tower and the Devil, but edition of this Visconti Sforza. You just have to answer where I was born, and then I'll put you in the draw, and I'll send it over to you. It's their newest edition with the logo box. Yeah. Okay, I'm talking to me. Yeah, I have a thing. So I major in psychology and in business when I was in college. Welcome, by the way, Ruben Pascal. I don't think we've spoken before. We've been on for like 3.5 hours just because I can't go back to sleep. I'm talking to Meg, sorry. We're talking about empath and why the word empath. I'm questioning my understanding of the word. I'm just consulting with people who are obviously a bit more used to the idea, because for me, empaths are just highly empathetic people. And I'm wondering if the word empath is from the new age, and people say, yeah, it's a new age term, and like it's locating the ability in a person rather than what I'm saying is that I have a funny feeling that empaths are not the same as psychic, right? So it means that you can feel other people's feelings, but I'm just saying that that's not necessarily different than highly empathetic. So I'm just asking the question whether being an empath is simply highly empathetic, like extremely highly empathetic to other people's emotions. That's what we're talking about. And the relationship with sociopathy and psychopathy is because sociopathy and psychopathy is defined, one of the defining feature is lack of or the absence of empathy. And so I'm just saying that just because people are empathetic, depending on what the word empath means, from my Googling around the past 4 years and listening to people's stories and labeling of empaths is no different than just extremely highly empathetic people who can feel other people's feelings. Or my question again is that when you think you're feeling other people's feeling, are you sure you're feeling other people's feelings, or are you feeling your own feeling, reacting to other people's feelings? That was, in a nutshell, what we were talking about. Like a sword, weapon, tool, but I think other meanings when used as a symbol. And archetypes aren't, when you say archetype, they're archetype. They are the building blocks of symbols. So if you think symbols contain within it so many things, archetype contain within it so many symbols. That's my understanding of it anyway. I mean, I'm not a Jungian or anything. I tried to read his book on the archetype. It's dense. It was written 100 years ago. The language is translated from German, I believe. So it is an archaic language, dense, technical, and it's so hard to read through. But that's my understanding. Different from empathic. I'm a counselor, highly empathic. Yes, empath is okay. So So, I mean, I was just, describing to people that I was more a psychologist than I was a counselor or a psychotherapist. So my main job was to assess and to administer. And I do a lot with statistics and with measurements, and I do counseling and psychotherapy as well, because we were required to do it in the course of our job. But my brain became quite attached to understanding the operationalization of terms. So if you choose a term, I have to know how to operationalize it. I can't just have a label, and then if I have a label and you operationalize it differently than I do, then the label ceases to mean anything, because we're talking about two different things. And we see this happening all the time, right? So as you said, Meg said it's different to empath counsel. So highly empathic. Empath is clairsentient. So we're talking psychic abilities, right? What's clairsentient? Sorry. Hey, Psych W. I can't remember what clairsentient is. Yeah, I just found oh my God, the language so bloody dry. I need to go. That's one of the things I need to do this year, is stop mucking around YouTube and start reading these books, because I have to force myself to read them, because it's not an enjoyable read. But I am highly curious. And so the only way for me to go to the other side of this understanding is to make myself read it. And it's so bloody hard. I've been having that conversation with people about the word spirituality. Which conversation is that? Which conversation is that? Just my thoughts. Everyone will have their own valid thoughts on it, but being an empath can be very painful, clairsensing. Yeah, no, I'm not arguing opinions. I'm not arguing opinions, don't get me wrong. I literally don't understand when people say empath, what do they mean? So when I ask the question, I have to propose my understanding of it first, so that I can work towards the understanding of others. And so my understanding of the word right now is no different than highly empathetic. And so we bring in clairsentient now. Now, I'm not highly versed on those terms. I tried to research it, and none of them stuck in my head. I think clairsentient is, so for example, Annalisa was saying about how you walk into a room and you can feel, and somebody else was talking about the painting and all that. And so my understanding of empathy is feeling to feeling. And so when you feel stuff without the presence of direct stimuli, then that's a whole other thing. Then I will say, okay, that's what that is. And that is how that is different from highly empathetic. So if being an empath is equivalent to being clairsentient, then that is a lot clearer in my head. So rather than say empath, I'll say clairsentient, to distinguish it in my own head from highly empathetic, the state of being highly empathetic, to a point where you can feel another person's feelings. Clairsentience, the ability to intuit information through clear feeling. Information, okay. And the psychic gift most people don't even realize they have. Okay, so intuit information. I think empathy, again, I'm rusty. It's been over a decade. Empathy is very much feelings to feelings. Empathy is intuiting other people's intuition, feeling other people's feeling to feeling. So if you can intuit things that's not, if you can feel things that it doesn't emanate from a sentient being, then that's not empathy. So when Meg said clairsentient, that's a lot easier for me to understand. Some people tend to confuse between empathy and clairsentience. Okay, you're quoting from somewhere here, empathy and clairsentience, but they're different. An empath can generally feel the emotion of their surrounding and the people in it. An empath can generally feel the emotions of their surrounding and the people in it, while on the other hand, a clairsentient has a bit more psychic abilities and can feel emotions and energies across spectrums from far away. Okay, so let me zoom in on what Lucy's quoted there. Empathy and clairsentience, they're different. Empath can generally feel the emotions of their surrounding and people in it. So whoever's saying this, I don't know where you're quoting this from. It says you can generally feel the emotions of their surrounding and the people in it. So emotions of their surrounding and the people in it. So that's a lot more generalized than the empathy that I understand, which is the feelings of another person's feelings, person to person. That seems to include person and their surrounding, which may or may not be person, like a vibe, you walk into a room and you can feel the room. That's not empathy, right? That's intuitive. That's picking up stuff. That's intuitive. That's the clear stuff that I get, which is why I keep going back to empathy and empath. That word empath is confusing because it's so close to empathy, which is feeling to feeling in my understanding of it. Yeah, they're similar but relatable. Yeah, Megs, which is why I asked the question, because I just couldn't quite figure out, like it's all sort of blurry, like it just couldn't. The best way to learn something is to forget it. Where is that quote coming from? No, this is the thing, Megs. If everyone has their own interpretation, then when we're talking, aren't you frustrated? When we're talking, everybody's talking about different things. And so it's like, I'm going, wow, wow, wow. And you're going, then how are we communicating if everybody have their own idea of the word apple? And what I mean, apple is this, and what you mean apple is that. And so when I said, Max, would you like an apple? And you thought I was offering this, while in fact I was offering that. I'm just, just frustrated. Let me confuse you all. Earthling, empath, I still don't want being an empath. Empath is, yeah. I think the word clairsentient might be a better. No, but then judging from what Lucy quoted, they're saying that clairsentience is not empathic. It's not the same. That's what I actually think that might be it, Jim. Which is why I'm feeling a bit like, at least with clairsentient, it's a very specific terminology reflecting a very specific belief system, so you can locate it. The term empath this is my problem with wishy-washy terms. People can abuse it. Do you know what I mean? People can abuse it, and people can mislead you with terms like that into thinking certain things that's not true. That's all I'm saying. Let me just go to the kitchen. I'll be back. Oh my God, yes, Holly said. What are you saying yes to? What are you saying yes to, Holly? Yes, perception are different. Of course, this is why sociologists, anthropologists, social psychologists, whatever. Of course, we know this, but I just we can't say, oh, we're different. Yeah, it's fine to be different. It's fine to accept we're different, but I think we need to be able to say, yeah, there where you are, and I'm here, you're there, we're different, you're there, yep, gotcha, but I know you're over here, I'm over here, so that when we communicate, we don't have to all go to the one side. But I'm agreeing with you, Psych. I'm agreeing with you. Oh, I knew you liked that. Because people can bullshit, no? It's so much easier to bullshit through terminologies that can mean anything, because then you can say, oh, that's not what it meant. And then you can just sort of shift your goalposts, and then you just don't know what you're talking about anymore. And then there's just all words and all emotions and all a feeling and a sense of something, but no real substance to what's been achieved or what's been communicated or what's been understood or what's been concluded, and therefore how to move forward. So it's all bullshit. It's just talk. It's just kind of stirring the pot of emotion, whether it's good or bad, or whether it's just words and it means nothing. So I'm going to let you sort out what the C word is, and I'm going to be right back. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Just the day is starting, and you know how it is. Right. I actually need my eye drop, and I can't seem to find it. For my eye. Ooh. Are you talking about the C word? Hold on a second. Where's that? The man is up, the cat is up, so I just had to do a few things just now. Beg your pardon. Is there a psychic sense for smelling? See, is psychic thing sensing though? Do you think? Senses are eyes, mouth, skin, smell, listen, right? Oh no, this is a flesh. It's not Sajam, it's flesh, right? No, this is my other half. This is my man's robe. This is my birthday present for him. Abs or low. Absence. What is that YouTube thing, Tiger? What are you looking at there? Just catching up, sorry. I was up to a point where Holly said, yes. Where is it? Yes, this is flesh. That's right, Hector, you got that. It's not mine, it's my other house. So there's this. I am more likely to get a Harry Potter Doctor Who robe, but I didn't like the Doctor Who brand on the back. Yeah. And why would I want to be a phone box? So oh, there it is. I'm just catching up with you guys, babe. You guys talk, I'll catch up on the chat. Empathy can be learned through logic. Yes, I think so, Woodland Hack. That's the next thing I was going to say, is that actually empathy can be taught, which is why sociopaths lacking in empathy, not because they were born like that, but because they grew like that. They're shaped by the environment, and one of the thing is probably lacking in understanding of how to be empathetic. Okay, that's been driving me crazy this whole time. Sorry, Holly, I'm just catching up on all of your comments. So if I'm a little bit delayed. Yes, Tigress Abyss do. Might have to chat about this on my channel in terms of wishy-washy term that is becoming quite open to manipulation, you think? Today's chat brought to you by the letter C. Okay, 20 questions to guess what the C word is. Holly's coconut, calorie, carburetor, cake, 17 questions now. The one that starts with C and ends in T. Oh, Megs. A cat? Jim, good one. You can't eat it. I could hazard a guess, but I don't very much in slang terms. Cat is on my channel. Empathic. I feel like we're all empathic in some measure, because if not, we would be sociopath. Yes, this is what I mean. This was brought to my original point earlier in the day, which is about 3 o'clock in the morning this morning. That was kind of where I was driving at, because So going back to my question, what is this empath thing that people keep? I'll write it down in a blog properly. Right now, I'm just waking up. I'm thinking, and I'm just brainstorming. Really, there isn't an adequate narrating of eye emoji for the frustration I feel. Oh my god. C and end with a T, but you can't eat it. Sociopath unable to sympathize with other. Empathy would be something beyond sympathy. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. 13 questions left to find out what the C word is. Did Holly get that right? Sorry, I'm so delayed. I'm way delayed. But you said it ends with a T. Holly got it. Yeah, Holly got it. Community. You know that series Community? That was funny. That's funny. I like that. And Parks and Recreations. Appropriate that the CCC got the C word right. If what is that? That's similar to, I can't see that emoji. Why you know community? You got nothing but time. I think someone was trying to make the concept of the clairs new, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm very cynical about terminologies, because I think they drive marketing, and marketing drives market, and market drives money. Maybe I'm just thinking too much as yeah, I don't know. I've just seen the stuff behind the scene. It's very hard to unsee things I've seen behind the curtain, the mechanics of marketing. I am so behind on your chat. I beg your pardon if my cackle and laugh and giggles are a little delayed. Because after this, I don't usually rewatch. I can't be bothered rewatching. I might as well just catch up now. And if I don't catch up, I don't catch up. I don't get to see what you say at all. Yeah, so that's the thing about the physical senses. There's only 5, right? And the 6 is intuition. And we've got more than that. I'm waiting to hear about them. Because they can keep building, and then you, for each of the clairs, then you can develop classes that you can charge for. I'm being a total cynic. I'm not saying these things aren't real, but like anything real, it can. Yeah, okay, so Lucy just said it. If people are charging money to teach people about the new clairs, that's where the whimsy stops. It's called using your logic and don't get scammed. How many times? Collab, Baron Breed, Dorian Virtue, how many times do we have to go through this? Come on. Before you fork out a lot of money for courses, I don't know. I'm just going to stop myself right there. Exactly, there's a video about the senses. Oh, it's the whimsy when you are actually paying and blindly believing because you're desperate. Well, desperation, you do realize that desperation is the best way to make money, right? If you have a desperate client, the more desperate people are around you for solution, the more you can make money, because if you are the one offering the solution, or if you are claiming to provide the solution. In the light of day, you can see, Megs, if you're still there, in the light of day, you can see all the fine line, especially around my mouth. That is not good. I can't wait to sit down and work with it, but Terra first for me. Work with what? Oh, Radiant Sun. Everyday Empath Achieve Energetic Balance in Your Life by Raven Digitals came out in March, published by Llewellyn. I found that on Google Scholar. What? The Everyday Empath. Oh, yeah, I just don't. I don't. God, Tiger. Community. It's pretty good, but you know, I'm staying away from terms like that. I'm staying away from stuff like that. Hey, Caroline, you're up, are you? I don't know what the time is over there. I'm gonna expect the company stuff. Oh, okay, because yeah, of course, it's just I'm on my timetable is completely all over the place. Oh, Caroline, how's the sister? You've met your sister that you haven't seen in like 38 years. How did that go? Caroline, if you remember, Caroline found a sibling, I think a sister, and they haven't seen each other in 38 years, I think. Okay, it's 3:40 p.m. in New York. Yeah, you're in the East Coast now, I remember. We have West Coast, East Coast. I'm hoping to get somebody in the East Coast to help me moderate in European time, so that we're covered. I don't really. I mean, I just would like the option to, you know, get up at any time in the day and go live, and knowing there's a mod there. You're radiant, and getting older is a privilege many don't get to experience. I know, Megs. I know. I am just complaining because this is where I'll go and talk about menopause and getting older, and your body's changing, and you look at yourself in the mirror and you're thinking, is that me? Because that's not how I feel, you know. And I've blogged about this maybe 9 years ago. I look at myself in the mirror and I was kind of like shocked that, you know, anyway, I'll talk about that. That's a whole other stream. That's a whole other video. I'm quite happy with life and stuff, and I'm, you know, like, yeah, I'll talk about it later. We'll talk about aging and all that. It's we'll save it for another time. East Coast here also summer in time. There you go. There's East Coast there. Europe, anyone? New channel name is I feel haggard. Megs, I was going to change the channel name to One Old Woman. Just one old woman talking about shit. One old woman. One old woman. And also, I need to demysticize, demonetize. I need to whatchamacallit? What's the word? The word old is not taboo. So you want to whatever. The word old. What's the term? I can't think about it right now. Didn't you see her a few weeks back, Caroline? Yeah, the sister. How did that go? Oh, Caroline, you should live stream that. De-stereotype? No, there's a term for it. Demystify? I mean, make it from somehow stereotypically bad to neutral. I can't remember. I honestly. Demystify? Yeah, I was going to say demystify, not demystify. It's just the word old is such a dirty word in the English language. And I discovered that in New Zealand when we first moved here. I have a friend from Malaysia who was trying to talk to an older woman saying, oh, you know, her hair was doing this in the 60s. And so she was saying, it's like when you're younger, she said to this lady, a New Zealand lady. The New Zealand lady took exception to that because she felt like my friend was basically saying she's old. And my friend was not, she's Malaysian, and my friend was not trying to be insulting. She was matter of fact saying that at your age, she must have been at the time in the 60s. This lady must have been around in the 60s. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you are around, if you are a 20-year-old in the 60s, why would you want to deny yourself that? Why would people want to pretend that you're not around and when you're in the 60s? It's just unhealthy. I just thought that was really bizarre. And my friend was getting a lot of slack for what I believe is nothing really valid. Hey, iridescency. Destigmatized. Thank you, Hector. Thank you. Oh, Tiger. Tiger, you're on the roll. You're on the ball. Keep reading books, Tiger. Remember, always read books more than you read cards. Please, I beg you. Books are the window of the souls. You can read all cards. You can have a gazillion decks. If you don't read books, there's no point, I tell you. That's what I think. You're free to disagree. Annika, we say good morning every day to each other. I'm the oldest. She's the baby sister. I'm 20 years older than her. We look most alike out of all of us. There are 9 siblings. Sounds like my mother's family. Bye, Pixie. The notion versus connotation. What you're asking, Lucy? So bibliomancy. What's with this not wanting to chew and just wanting the answer? It's not a good attitude to have. I haven't seen her yet. Oh, you haven't. Oh, you haven't. She lives on the other, okay, on another state. I was just going on vacation to Salem. Oh, you haven't met her. Okay, I thought you guys met. Right. Okay, I hope you see each other soon. Do you guys Skype? You see each other face to face? That's so amazing to find another, your sister, long lost sister like that. That would be a really good story to tell, Caroline. Like, how do you guys become separated, and how do you guys ended up, seeing each other again? What's the time where Holly is? I'm curious now. Well, where are you, Cape Cod creatures? I don't think I've been to Cape Cod. I was in the eastern side of the US for so long, and I failed to do much traveling. Shame on me. Cape Cod, what time? Oh, 3:45 p.m. That's not too bad. Yeah. 3:40 p.m. It's 7:45 a.m. here on a Thursday. So we've been on for 4 hours. I've been on for 4 hours. This is, I think this is the longest I've ever been on. My God, I'm turning to Zach. She's going to come up to New York. Oh, yay. Okay. Let us know how that goes, Caroline, in June. Nice. Oh, New York in June's filthy hot. Hey, filthy. I know Cape Cod. You might need to eat. Are you doing a chat marathon? I don't know. I think I need to. I have not been able to sleep. So I think I'm going to end this here because that 4 hours is pretty long and I need to start my day anyway. It's almost 8 o'clock. And I will chat with you guys again. I just wanted to, this is so delicious, this cardstock. And I purchased the moon pillow from Baba Studio, the moon pillow. Honestly, but this cardstock is like, yeah. So thank you everyone for being here. It's been so fun. Hey Yvonne, you're just turning up as I am. Yes, Baba Studio has a pillow they embroidered the moon and then attached to it. And I would not have said I would purchase something like this, but it's just so beautifully put together. And I was bored, so I ordered it. 35 years ago, I lost my younger brother too. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But we found each other 8 years ago, and he lived 5 minutes from me the whole time. we need to hear the stories of how you lose siblings to begin with, Caroline. It sounded like you had such an interesting life with Studio 60, 52, or whatever it was, and the scene with the club kids and everything in New York. My God. Those backs are fun. Yeah, the backs are fun. When I look at the back, I initially thought, I prefer the other one. It's a little sweeter. It's a little, a little elegant, with the rabbits and everything. Gentle, girly, wispy. This is like bold. But this cardstock is everything. So I don't care now. And you could see, I was just telling people, it looks so nice when you put together with, if you're going to set up like a studio, reading studio, you can see how lovely that looks with that, and sort of, a nice wooden trunk with some brass around, a brass crucifix on the wall, and some incense and crystals, and it's aesthetically lovely. Moon pillow, that's right. Yep. And I am not getting kickbacks from. I am paying full price, no promotion code, no discount. Okay. The aesthetic. Lalu, that's the one. Yeah. It's like that, with the moon pillow behind me, and then with this, right? I could put on a little, I can put all that necklace on and throw a bit of rosaries around, with, I don't know, the brass crucifixes somewhere, and, it's a good marketing tool. The aesthetic inspire people to come in a little tent. This can be my little reading tent. No. Unfortunately, it was not me. It was my mom. Oh, I see. Yeah. Brass trunk, crucifix, crystal ball, flash robe. Madame Anneke, come and consult with me. Okay, guys, I think I might have to end this here. I could carry on, but I think we'll talk again about getting old, maybe menopause, maybe just like, for example, we'll talk about it. I've what you call embroidery, like you sort of, it's not tattoo, body enhancement as you get older. What does it do? What do you think? Is it worth it? Should you do it? Why should you? Why shouldn't you? Does it matter? For those of you youngins who are not quite there yet, feel free to join in. I don't know. So we'll see. The next time I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll go up, I'll come up and pop up, and we can talk about that. So the flash robe sounds a bit weird. This is not mine. This is my man's. He's into Marvel. Is this Marvel or DC? Superheroes. We enter the mysterious sterilized booth, thick with incense and cess of foreboding. And out she walked in a flash robe. Yeah, this is the only thing that doesn't quite fit into that scenario. DC. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so I thought, oh no, that's not Marvel. But in the shop that I shopped this for, the other robes were rubbish. Like Captain America, no. Very, very nationalistic a bit. And the other ones was not very nice. And so Flash was the only nice one, I think. What did she like? Iron Man was rubbish. Yeah, the others weren't very good. Is he a big Star Wars? He's a Trekkie, actually. So, but I couldn't find a Trekkie robe. So otherwise it would be a Captain, Captain whatever his name is. So, but I couldn't find one. So this was his birthday present, actually, just last week. This week, Monday. This was his birthday present. So, Grandma says to granddaughter, "How you see yourself now, I see myself once before, and how you see me now, you see yourself one day." That's quite poignant. I've lost my grandmother when I was about 3 or 4, so I don't really have an older woman other than my mom to talk to. That's very nice, Lucy. Thank you. Grandma says to granddaughter, "How you see yourself now, I see myself once before. And how you see me now, you'll see yourself one day." I'm going to quote you on that for my next stream talking about aging. Copy. email to self. Hold on. So we can talk about that later. Right. Sounds better in Spanish. Nice and wise. You really add a lot to the translation. Is there a Captain New Zealand? No. Here, honey, I got you this rope for me. Holly, shush. It's just there. I can't be bothered putting on the other. It's just hanging there, so I wore it. I know I didn't want to lose intention. That's a very good. I mean, obviously, I don't speak Spanish. I don't know, but that's really nice. So I'm going to use that in our next topic, and I'll quote. Is a Spanish proverb, right, Lucy? Como te ves me vi, y como me ves de veras. Como te ves me vi, y como me ves de veras. Sounds a lot more compact as well, so I'm gonna copy that as well. I shall credit you for bringing this to my attention. I'll probably write a blog post as well. That's what I might do today, is to post and distillize my thoughts about what we chat today, which has been quite good. If you want to comment on the blog post, drop a comment and we can follow up on whatever conversation that might arise from there in our next live stream. As you look, I looked. As I look, you'll look. Oh, I love that. I'm going to copy and paste that too, if you guys don't mind. Okay, so that is a great parting word for segueing into our next stream. We'll talk about that the next time I'm up early in the morning. And if you want to get your name into a draw for the Visconti's Forza Meneghello with 2 missing cards, unfortunately, which never really existed before, I believe, the Tower and the Devil, please put a comment on the community section the country that I was born in. And if you get the right answer, I'll put your name into a draw, and I will draw a month from now, which is the 10th of May. Yeah. So I shall see you guys again later. Thank you for accompanying me to welcome the sun rising. The sun is now already risen. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I shall start my day, and good night, good afternoon, good morning, and I will talk to you again soon. Bye, guys.